Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope that this new song is okay. I, it's a remix, so I'm hoping that it'll be okay, but, we never know. We never know, right? So, I've decided that today would be a teach-in, right? I obviously, am bounded by some constraints. Um, but in full solidarity with everybody that has and will and is continuing to protest on the campuses from, Columbia to NYU to UCLA, right? Stanford, etc., right? Like, and UTA, for example. I find it necessary to do my part, right, as an academic to do what I can do, um, in the way that I can, right? In a way that's accessible and appropriate for me, to do something in solidarity with the students, as well as, of course, with the Palestinians. So today we're going to be going over, a lot of different topics, including some more like news stuff than usual. But it's precisely because of the fact that, there is a need to address, right, the current goings on. So even though I like this song a lot, I will forego it for now, right? And then we will begin with this.
Good evening.
Oops.
John Yang. Today, some universities.
I always hate how it sometimes takes a bit for the video to start, or pardon me, for the play button, pause button to show up, because then I feel like it starts playing and I'm like, no, I want to keep it quiet, but I don't know. So, this, I tried to get the latest, right? I thought that would be the best to do. So this is from 40 minutes ago. So this is the earliest from a source that, is not overtly anti-student and anti-Palestinian. Not that PBS doesn't have its own problems, right? Because it's definitely not pro-Palestine. But regardless, I thought it would be, I mean, even the way how it talks about it, right? Its title is Israel-Hamas War? You can't have a war against a non-state actor. If that's not a war. I don't know what else to tell you, PBS, but anyway.
Moved to shut down protests over the Israel-Hamas war as students at other schools dug in and vowed to keep their demonstrations going. In Northeastern University in Boston, officers in riot gear cleared an encampment without incident and arrested more than 100 protesters for trespassing and disorderly conduct. School officials said what they called professional organizers had infiltrated the demonstration and that anti-Semitic slurs had been used. Students disputed.
Okay, this is just stop. Just stop right now. People said X. Okay, unless you can find evidence for that, right? By of course, with the necessary and important caveat being made that you cannot have it so that anti-Zionist statements or anti-Israel statements get counted. Oh my gosh, I know, right? Okay, I think you should be out of ads now, Princess. Princess Monaco, I think you should be good now. Okay, so they're here claiming that people at this protest, right, were saying supposedly again, um, anti-Semitic slurs, etc., etc. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I try to do it so that instead of doing them like twice an hour, it's just once an hour, because I thought that would be nice, right? To get like 59 minutes or 57 minutes, right, of content that's, without ads, because otherwise, but yeah, I mean, like, but then Twitch gets to decide, right, how they show up. So that's always a problem. Do you remember the speech Netanyahu gave in France, essentially saying that, oh yeah, no worries, and also there is a YouTube stream. Like, I do also stream on YouTube if you feel more comfortable there as well. I simulcast to both, if people would like. Do you remember the speech Netanyahu gave in France, essentially saying that French Jewish people's home is in Israel, not France? That's straight up. Yeah, of course, of course. I'm just like need to find a way so that way, like, I need to get that bot, right? The bot that you put in that has like the command that then will send out the like YouTube stream link, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it is blood and soil. Yeah, Blut and Boden. Yeah. How is that not textbook anti-Semitism of even the Nazis? Well, that's precisely the point, right? Like, this is something that I've mentioned before, is that, like, this is something Hannah Arendt says, right, in her book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, right? That, when it came to the Zionists, right, in the Third Reich, Hitler himself, right, said he liked working with the Zionists, right, because they too, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm trying to get as close to the quote as possible, because they too think in national terms, right? So, in other words, Zionists were people that took the white supremacist, racialist views, right? That there was such a thing as like a Jewish race, right? That had, like an immutable quality, blah, 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 right? That is something they took on for themselves. Like, that is something that they said, like Herzl, Jabotinsky, Ben Gurion, etc. They all took that. Like that is, and I kid you not, like the Nuremberg racial laws, right, that took away the citizenship of Jews in Germany, forms the basis, right, in terms of the law of return, right, when it comes to who gets to be considered a Jew vis-a-vis the state of Israel. So they took, literally, I'm not even joking, the Nazi rules, and then changed it, and then said, well, now this applies like in reverse, right? Like, if you qualified under these as Jewish, then you qualify for us too, right? So, yeah. Yeah, the Zionists back then didn't even like they were hostile to the anti-fascists. Like, do not be fooled by this idea, right? And this is something that a lot of Zionists try to do now, right? In terms of like, talking about the history of their ideology, which, by the way, as someone who has personally read, right? I obviously wasn't on his doctoral committee, but as someone who has read Norman Finkelstein's doctoral dissertation, right, and from 1982, like, for which he, got a pass, and, for which he passed, right, and became, Dr. Norman Finkelstein, right, etc. Like, even in his introduction, and in fact, even in his abstract, he goes into how they took in ideas that come out of, right, the like post-revolutionary France, right, ideas of like an ethnos and an ethno-state and blah blah blah, and then the nation state. Like, when people say nation state, that now is considered a very neutral term, right? But it's technically speaking equivalent to the term ethnostate. It's just that nation is, seen as a more neutral term, right? But yeah, they were they would actively would rat out, to put it, in that way, innocent, Bundists, right? Jewish people that were part of the Communist Party, right? The KPD, which was then banned from the Reichstag, etc. And even the, SDP, right? But there was also an organization called like the Nationale Judens Volksverein, something like that. One of those like long German, but essentially it was like the Nazi Jewish organization, right? I know it sounds weird to say it like that, but it did exist. It's just that, like, they were willing to help the Third Reich until it turned on them, essentially, right? In fact, their leader, like the guy that spent most of his time in this way, can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Hannah Arendt goes into it in her book, which is why actually when her book first came out, it sent shockwaves throughout the the United States and the Jewish world, and so far as that, by showing that this project that the United States backs, right, and you already had in the lead up to 1967, right, the overlapping of almost everything, so to speak, when it comes to the United States and the State of Israel, because it's an imperialist project, colonialist project. Hello, Erica Monet. Welcome in. Yes, it's time to give. No, that is an iconic song. I definitely, so one of the things that is really important here's another thing. I know I've mentioned this on stream, right? Yeah, totally erases the identity of Jewish people around the world. Yeah. Particularly ones in the global south. Yes, which sounds familiar. Indeed. Even to someone like yourself. Yes, that's right. That's the reason why, like with the exception of places like Argentina, for example, where most of the Jewish people there are white, anywhere where there has been a community that like does not fit their definition, they literally don't care. Like, in fact, they're hostile to people joining, organizations that many of which, if they're especially like international ones or whatever, tend to be Zionist, right? Which is interesting because the same year that the majority of Jewish organizations became openly Zionist, and is the same year that the border wall first was constructed, 1995. Like, your Jewish heritage isn't the same as the one in Israel, and for Netanyahu people like Ben Gavir to say you don't belong somewhere, like, where do you, right? Exactly. And it's like, I'm Mexican, you know what I mean? It's like, and I live in LA, like mi barrio right here, like, this is my home, right? Like, when I go see my mom, like, that's my home. I don't need some ethno state, that like, that was one of the things that, like, the Bundists in particular, right? That's why they had that song, Onir Ozi Nairin Zionisten, right? Oh, you foolish little Zionist, right? Literally saying that, and I will quote it in English as it's been translated. You say you'll take us out of the diaspora so we can... No, wait. Oh, little Zionist, you say that you'll take us to Jerusalem so we can die as a nation. We'd rather stay in diaspora and fight for our liberation, right? That was an integral difference between the Jewish socialist tradition, Bundessocialism, communist tradition, anarchist tradition, right? And the supposed leftist stuff like that, was literally the government that first started off, right? It was just social democracy, right? Labor Zionism. It's just apartheid social democracy. It's
all that and said the slurs came from what they called counter protesters at other schools, including the University of Pittsburgh.
Wait, hold up. The slurs came from the counter protesters, not from those standing up for Palestine, many of whom are Jewish, right? Many of the people there are Jewish. In fact, I don't want to get like too specific, right? But it's like, I know people that have gone to rabbinical college and stuff that's located in California generally, right? And they are, hello, Tech Panzer, welcome in. And so, I got into political stream. I mean, I'm a history streamer, but I mean, I suppose technically everything's political, but sure. So the point being that for many different reasons, right? There has always been this I mean, I don't even want to bring in Jonathan Greenblatt because that's a whole can of worms that just literally is never ending. But he used the calling people terrorists, etc., right? And literally that included, and I wish I would have had the clip because I saw it on Twitter, where they were arresting elderly Jewish people saying not in our name, and that included a Holocaust survivor. So the cops in New York were, literally, get down on the ground now, right, to a peaceful protester who was apparently, from what I've been able to figure out, and, because it's breaking news, it's developing, so, stuff could change. But from what I could see, right, was someone who, was known to be a Holocaust survivor, right? So to blame the protest of saying anti-Semitic stuff when so many of the people protesting this, right, the genocide of the Palestinians, are Jewish people is just ridiculous, right? But now that they're saying, oh, well, counter protesters, so that means the people that the right wing and the moderates of the United States are supposed to side with were the ones saying the slurs. So
students said they intended to keep their peaceful demonstrations going at least until Monday. At Columbia University, students pressed their...
Honestly, if you know, right, that people that need mutual aid in terms of if you have a way, this is where a lot of that comes into play, right? Because the protesters need water. They need, people that, have their key cards, right? Right, because their student cards, right, or their key cards, to make sure that they can, go use the restroom, go, do all this other stuff, right? Because the crackdown against protesters and students has resulted in so many of them literally just losing their ability to even go back to their room, they can't go back to their dorm. So, people that know mutual aid networks, right? Again, not everybody can protest in the same way as everybody else, right? But we can all protest, right, in our own ways, right, which all, benefit one another. And so, helping with the logistics of, mutual aid is, I'm telling you right now, is something that is always very much appreciated by those people that are, there.
Demand that the school divest from corporations and institutions they say support Israel.
You have the power to end this tomorrow. And the things that we need from you as students is real, intentional commitment to the demands we have placed on the table.
Late Friday, Columbia's policymaking body voted to investigate the school administration, saying students...
Wait, Columbia voted to investigate itself? Did I get that right? That doesn't sound right.
Students is real, intentional commitment to the demands we have placed on the table.
Late Friday, Columbia's policymaking body voted to investigate the school administration, saying students...
Yeah, the policymaking administration voted to audit the... Yes, very much so. Wait, why do I see... Oh, I see. It's a here. I will put that there. Are we supposed to be able to hear audio for this video? It's super quiet for me. You should be able to hear it. I have it at max volume. Hello, Moni. Hello. Does it sound better or worse on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, I can put it up higher, but I just don't want to like blasting right in my ears. If there is a sound issue, I can always boost it if need be, though. So just let me know.
Rights have been violated, and Columbia banned a student protester from campus for anti-Semitic comments he made in an online video. The student has since said he was wrong. In the Israel-Hamas war, Israeli airstrikes on southern Gaza have killed...
See, okay, like they just say that, right? And I just realized I was listening via YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Like they say that, but they're saying a protester, right? Oh, it's a little low? Okay. Yeah, then no worries then. I can always...
At least 13 people, 4 of them children. A separate strike in a central Gaza refugee camp killed 5 people. Israel says Hamas uses residential areas to shield militants. Efforts continue for a hostage and ceasefire deal with Hamas in order to avert a promised Israeli ground invasion of Rafah. Residents in parts of Nebraska and Iowa are sifting through the aftermath of a tornado outbreak. Videos posted on social media showed twisters churning up debris on Friday as they crossed fields, highways, and towns. There were reports of several injuries, but no deaths. There's a threat of tornadoes again tonight in Nebraska, as well as in Texas and Oklahoma. And disgraced movie producer Harvey Weinstein is in a New York City hospital tonight for tests. Weinstein, whose sex abuse case helped kick off the Me Too movement, had been sent to Rikers Island in New York City from his upstate prison ahead of a court appearance. His 2020 rape conviction in New York was tossed out this week by an appeals court and a new trial ordered. His conviction in a similar case in California still stands. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, why once peaceful Ecuador is now a center of drug-fueled violence.
Okay. You know what I find to be like about Ecuador is that it's literally a right-wing country, right? Colombia is a right-wing country, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, or Colombia was a right-wing country, and yet every single time that they're right-wing countries, like, this is when, like, how did this happen? I don't know. Why is it that the, U.S.-backed governments in Latin America are always the ones that, like, I don't know. Okay, so let's go to the Hill, which I know I'm not gonna. I really do not, but apparently there's a Jewish student that's like refuting something. Yeah, it's tornado season, and Tornado Alley is gonna get some tornadoes. Problem is, a bunch of places that usually don't get tornadoes are getting some. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I've never heard of like for example, like, within my lifetime, like living in LA in particular, like, it's only very recently that I've ever heard of a tornado happen in the LA metro area. People might say, oh, well, they do have it. Okay, fine, whatever. But, like, that people knew about, you know what I mean? Like, that people really knew about a tornado? Like, I don't know. That's new to me. I don't know.
turn to someone who has been on the ground at Columbia University over the course of the past week. PhD student Jonathan Ben Benachim wrote a piece for Zito. Outsiders should take the reports on what...
Pittsburgh, where I am, it's very hilly, lots of hills. Wasn't that a thing, though, right, at one point that they said Pittsburgh was like Rome because it was built on 7 hills, right? Isn't that one of the things that it's like historically, you know? And then like, what is it, 5 points, or is it? I don't know. I'm getting my neighborhoods confused. It's very hilly, lots of hills. We get some that usually won't touch down, but we got a few. Yeah, I mean, the issue is like in California, we really don't have the winds that, you know, like the cold and, you know. Yeah, some of our hills look straight. It's, oh my gosh, 90 degrees just goes. Imagine, oh my gosh. Imagine driving. Like, see, that's the one reason why it's like, look, I know San Francisco's even more expensive than LA, so that's also a reason why that's not going to happen. But like driving around like the hills in like San Diego and like having to park your car, I just do not have faith in, you know, the like handbrake or anything. Like I've seen so much stuff happen. I mean even in downtown LA there are places like on, is it Wall Street, where it like goes up a hill. Yeah, anyway.
What's happening with a grain of salt. In the piece, he writes, as a Jewish student at Columbia, it depresses me that I have to correct the record and explain what the real risk to our safety looks like. I still can't quite believe how the events on campus over the past few days have been so cynically and hysterically misrepresented by the media and by our elected representatives.
Oh, you know, it's now thinking about hills, right? This is something I never understood, right? Why would you have like a bridge, right, that involves you having to go through like a very narrow, you know, like an underpass, right? Very narrow, so it's dark, right? So you can only see what's right in front of you. But it's short. It's short. It's not like super long. But then it opens up to literally the edge of a cliff, like a road that's on the side of a cliff. Like, no, don't make it visible only once you're in the tunnel. Like, that's a horrible idea. You know, make it clear that there you could literally, you know, I don't know. That's just me. Okay, of course, civil engineers, you know, I don't know. That's just me.
To elaborate on how the public is being misled about the mass protests at Columbia is Jonathan himself. Welcome to the program, John.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so in an interesting turn of events, you actually were in a situation where Speaker Mike Johnson responded directly to your article when a part of it was read to him in a recent interview. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit in disbelief about that. I think it's outrageous to allow him on campus while several Jewish students are still banned from campus for their participation in protests. It seems that Columbia is siding with...
Yes, that is... I mean, I agree with, you know... Jonathan Ben Menachem, right? I agree. It's ridiculous that there are Jewish students that are literally not allowed, literally are now essentially homeless, right? If they don't live, you know, in the tri-state area, right, and have a place to crash, you know what I mean? Like literally, they were arrested, they were assaulted by the police, right? And like some people made fun of them because, oh, like some of them they got picked. It doesn't matter. Like, under no circumstances, whatever, the police picking people up off the ground, right, when they obviously do not want to go, right, is wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I don't find it funny, you know, because some people were like, oh, you know, I don't want to say where I saw this happen, but, like, whose stream it was, but I don't know. It's just... But so far, I agree with Jonathan. So,
you know, right-wing extremist members of Congress, and apparently even members of the Proud Boys, because Gavin McInnes was on campus yesterday, and they're doing this while kicking out, you know, their own students. And the protest movement is a
Remember that. Columbia University, right? That is literally right across the street from the Jewish Theological Seminary, right? One of the major academic centers of Jewish learning, right? literally like has its own publishing house, lots of amazing professors. Some people even like teach it in both institutions, right? So they will teach, you know, like history of Judaism there, and they will often be cross-listed. It's whatever, you know, lots and lots and lots of stuff, right? Lots of collaboration. It's a very Jewish area too. To think that Columbia is like Proud Boys, yeah, they have the right to be on campus, but our own students that, you know, don't want their tuition money to fund, you know, a genocide. Oh, you know, we gotta, you know, we have to call in, you know, NYPD, you know, like, I think to me that says everything you need to know, right? Like, I'm tired of people that keep saying that, like, oh, you know, the people that bring up, you know, negative whatever about Biden. It's like Biden could stop this, right? Like even Israelis say that this is the case. So, you know, definitely could make it so that, again, these universities, which, by the way, the backlash that these universities are going to get, like the backlash that they got in the 60s, right? Because up until the 60s in America, like Stanford, Harvard, Columbia, they were free. Like, there was no tuition. It was after the student protest that then they imposed the system that we know now, right? And even though it's accumulated so much debt to the point where, you know, it's literally like gonna cause you know, another major recession or worse at some point, just because absolving the debt would literally, you know, it's not gonna raise inflation, it's not gonna all of the dumb stuff finance bros on YouTube talk about is just no. Because people have done debt cancellation before, and it actually was like during a time when, like, then the economy grew, because then people could spend money because they weren't having to immediately mail it off, you know, checks and mail them off to pay their bills, you know, pay loans that, you know, had exorbitant interest. But
Racial, diverse, interfaith group of students who are standing up for freedom and justice for Palestinians.
So who is allowed on campus right now? Can you describe us logistically what's going on? People are stopped at the entrance to campus. Right, we know Columbia is in Manhattan. Upper Manhattan is part of the city, has gates, you know, etc. So who is allowed?
it has gates. Yes, and in fact, Professor Shai Davidai, who was like among the first to, you know, go onto Twitter and say, you know, essentially be crying and, you know, crying and saying, please send in the National Guard because I feel, you know, I'm scared that people don't want it, you know, my, you know, my little, you know, colony of Western imperialism to commit genocide on, you know. So therefore I want them to Kent/Jackson state, you know, in Minecraft, of course, is a big issue because, and the reason why I bring up Jackson State is because that is almost never brought up. Jackson State happened 11 days after Kent State. That what was the primary difference? That Jackson State's victims were black and Kent State's victims were white. So this is why, you know, I bring it up every time people want to make this comparison, because it's like, yes, Kent State, yes, fine, if you want to make that, but don't forget Jackson State. You know, in Mississippi. So, you know, just to... But this, I don't even know what... like, Robbie, you know, all I know is that he's going to try to say some, like, you know, but actually, you know, Zionism, blah, 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 equals freedom or something. I don't know.
Out on campus right now, what is going on?
So they pretty much have one centralized gate entrance where they're asking people to scan Columbia IDs, and it's also possible for for press with New York City press IDs to access.
See, this is the reason why Not to mention, many times the white supremacists just didn't want a black school. Yeah, 1000%. Or, would put packages of a certain nature within them, right? Like what happened in Montgomery, right? In Alabama, right? Or other places, right? I mean, trust me, there will never be enough time, in my for me to go over every single one of those events, because they literally, one, have never ended, right? Two, are currently ongoing, right? Like, as in, there are things like that happening to this day, even in places you wouldn't think they would happen. And three, right, they go back to the beginning, right, of the colonization, right? Like, anytime there is indigenous BIPOC knowledge that exists outside of the direct control of white supremacy, that is a challenge to it. And so therefore they try to, quell it, so to speak. So yeah, it did happen a lot. It happened a lot in, the Southwest too, against Mexican people, against indigenous people, and in the South against black people, etc., etc. Again, it's never ending. It has never stopped. Like, there is a reason why they felt so comfortable at Indiana University Bloomington, I want to say, to literally have, people with, Call of Duty stuff, I'll put it like that, right, pointed down towards, the protesters,
So do you think that that's perhaps how Gavin McInnes was able to gain access to campus?
I have no idea, and I encourage people to look into it to find out, but maybe it's because...
Also, I mean, the fact that they're making people surrender their IDs, literally, like, give me your papers, which is something that right-wing people literally have never shut up about, even though it never happened, right? Like, when it came to the whole, like, COVID and everything, right? Like, they kept literally invoking, the Holocaust. They would even wear yellow stars, right? Which is sickening, considering so many of them, should realize that is not that is very disrespectful. But that is not the, but in addition to this point, right, there is no reason why, right, a university that had no problem, right, and this is something that's true, and those of you that go particularly to public institutions, right, like a state university or one of the University of California system, the Cal State system, the UT system, Florida State, the public universities, right? They will never stop right-wingers, actual Nazis, from parading around the grounds of their campus. In fact, if anybody objects to it, that is who they go after, right? Even when they're going against specific professors, for example, for daring to, many reasons. I mean, TPUSA still has that hit list thing, that website of professors, right, that people can submit to. So this whole thing of like, oh, well, now we are going to close the gates, and now we are going. You would have no problem if a whole bunch of billionaire donors showed up. You would open the gates right away. Why is it that the students, the people that make it a university in the first place, are the ones that are being locked out, right? If they want to have some say, which I'll get to this in just a quick second, about where their tuition dollars go, right? Now they're making themselves heard. That's what they're trying to do. it's no more of the like, oh, you have to go to the board of whatever, in California they call it the board of regents, right, or whatever it's called, right, the California board of regents. But in other states they might call it other things, but it's like, you have to go there, and like, if you don't go to this meeting in person, right, on this specific day at this specific time, and there's not enough, if it's just you, the chance of you actually getting a chance to speak, very low to none, right? Now here you are, they're right outside of the Hamilton building, the administration building of Columbia, right? And if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please make sure to put which building is the one that's called but like in front of the library, right? Very famous. Lots of famous pictures were taken there. But now it's like, now show us your papers. Now do these things, right? Now you have to, and this is something that it's very interesting too, because I've mentioned the book Border Optics, right? That this is something that it interestingly enough brings us back full circle to talking about the Palestinians in Israel, is that the United States, subsidizes, if not just funds directly, right, all of these projects to, for as much surveillance as possible, right, including facial recognition stuff, etc., right? And you know who Israel tests that on? The Palestinians, right? At all of their little checkpoints, at all of this stuff is prototyped and tested there, and then sold, and then packaged and sold, and then used here. Particularly along the border. Anybody that's come home on an international flight will know that there are many times where they literally just say, just take off your glasses and just let us take a picture of your face, right? And not only that, but one last point. Built upon, again, that suffering and surveillance of the Palestinians, is that they also demand absolute transparency, right? So, if you are protesting at a university in a state that makes it very difficult, right, for that is not very amenable to gender clinic or to gender care in general, right? Now, that raises the possibility of the same thing that happens when you go through TSA, right? Now you're seen as being suspicious, as being duplicitous if you don't match, right, what your ID says, right, or what the expectations are. Right, I mean, and that's an angle, that's just something that comes to my mind, but beyond the ones that already are, there. That happened a lot. Yeah, one of Alex Jones's big issues in the past has had to do with IDs. I know. Some places wanted to see vaccination cards. Yeah, and it was literally just so then that way they could ensure, right, that you could get your little health card. Right? Like, you have to get other vaccines and other stuff for that too, right? But it's like because of, the whole politicization of everything, But like this whole thing that like, oh, they're going to start checking your... I have never, like, trust me, the last thing that the cops care about is whether or not you're vaccinated for COVID. Trust me on that. I think that might be the only absolute. No, I'm joking. I don't know, but but hogs will just squeal like crazy at the thought, that they don't get carried around. He made a huge spectacle about it. Made it a bunch of other InfoWar cranks go harass DMV workers about it. Oh yeah, and I mean like DMV workers are underpaid and have to deal with people who themselves, right, are underpaid, overexploited, right? Like, it's like that's the reason why there is so much anger, right? And these DMV here in California, etc. Right? They've been cannibalizing it for decades now, right? To where essentially they just have a skeleton crew all the time, right? And yet the amount of people is ever increasing, and the dependence on cars has never stopped in California. So, it makes everybody, teeter on the edge sometimes. So, listen, if you go to a protest, make sure to wear a mask because of COVID. Yes, do not go into any densely populated area, right? Like a protest or a concert, or and not wear a mask. Like, that is just simply basic advice, right? And that is just me as a concerned person, right? I know Homozygote can tell you as someone who is by definition an expert, as can others, right? If you want that, but with my own understanding. And I'm pretty sure, having myself having read the things and even been, even sent by Homozygote Books to learn more in depth about this, I can tell you it's a good idea to wear one. You could get sick if you don't wear a full mask. Just be extra sure that it covers your whole face. Yeah. Another thing too, and this is something that I myself brought up in Irene's stream. Okay, if you're wearing a keffiyeh, that's fine, but I can wear it the way I'm wearing it right now because I'm in, this room, right? If I were at a protest, I would not want it to be, one, easily accessible by the cops, etc., and, the fascists that are there, that are just there literally stalking prey. I mean, like, they are literally predating upon people, right? Like those right-wing people that they're letting on campus just, willy-nilly, right? They're letting them predate upon innocent protesters, right? That have done nothing wrong, right? And so wear your keffiyeh in a way that does not allow for people from, a direction, like from behind you, whatever, to pull it and to, what I mean? Like, be very careful. I know this isn't something that's usually talked about, but please be very careful with this. Like, because some people wear it in the different scarf forms, just be very careful with that. Okay? Because remember, the police and everything else, all of the fascists, right? Have no incentive at all to keep you safe, right? And so anything you can do to keep yourself safe and others safe is, expands by magnitude, right? Your ability to protest, but also your ability to be there for others. Yeah, in fact, they have quite the opposite. Exactly. So that's why I'm saying, like I understand some people want to wear it like this, and I'm not going to tell you, oh, don't wear, I'm just saying, I wouldn't tie it up. I wouldn't do any of that, because again, for the safety, for your safety, right? Even if you're wearing it just like over your kind of like a shawl, that's good. That's great, right? But just be very wary when it comes to, if you have it around your neck, because you never know. You never know fascist intentions, one might say.
Because of the gaggle of Republicans who are on campus, they brought him in. Who knows?
So can you speak specifically to the kind of Mike Johnson's response to you and the broader characterization that has been pretty pervasive in the media, that this is an issue about Jewish students against non-Jewish students, and kind of equating the pro-Israel or pro-Zionist students with the totality of what all the Jewish students that are involved here in this conflict believe?
Look, I mean, we're seeing images of Palestinian children with their arms blown off, and I'm being asked about American students who feel uncomfortable with their peers protesting Israel's genocide of Palestinians.
this kid. Like, you know what? I'm like, I almost want to like, hey, call him up. Like, hey, I'll be on your dissertation committee if you want me. Like, hey, Jonathan. I'll be on your committee if you need me to be. Because yeah, like that's literally like Shai Davidai, who isn't tenured, and works at the business school anyway. So like to me, like when I think business school, I just think like it's just like the place where like petit bourgeois and bourgeois people send their like errant children. You know what I mean? Kind of like in the medieval, where they would send them to like monasteries or whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway. So yeah, in this case right here, like yeah, it's literally them saying, I feel this, whether or not it's true, right? And not only that, but somehow this group of students is supposed to have a greater importance than the students that are literally protesting a genocide. And professors, I might add, right? In fact, there have been the stay out of trouble campus. Yeah, pretty much winterberry salad. I like that. That actually makes me want like a summer berry salad actually. Because I mean I really like blueberries, that's why, but then I like to make them into little hand pies and well, anyway, before I go off, but yeah, like but you better not be late on your tuition payments or else, and then Biden, it's like, and you better pay the interest too, like, okay.
Yes, this is exactly the problem. Palestinians have been.
If you've never had a fruit pizza, you should make one. Like, oh, thank you, winterberry salad. I appreciate that, and please feel comfortable, to be here. You're welcome. At all my streams. If again, this is only because of the spiel, right? But we also have a Discord community if you'd care to join. Just let me know if that link works though, because it might not anymore. But just let me know if you have one, of course. A fruit pizza. So does that mean that like it would be like everything else but the sauce and the cheese, or is it like fruit with cheese and sauce? You know what I mean? Because like in my mind, like when I hear fruit pizza, I'm thinking like, okay, like I'm thinking of it almost like a fruit tart, right? Like a fruit tart with some of that like crème anglaise, right? I don't know.
Unsafe every day for decades, subjected to brutal violence by Israel, and now there's a genocide. That's why we're protesting.
What do you make of, I've seen some images or heard video of, for instance, protesters linking arms and then trying to eject from their midst counter-protesters or people on the other side. That seems like that could potentially be described as assault to me.
Yeah, I would not describe that as assault. I think all of the students...
Oh my God. Jonathan, if you need another person on your committee, I will be glad, and any help as I can as an academic. Let me know. Professor Shakespeare. It's basically a big cookie. Oh, like kind of like, well, not like a pizookie, but you know what I mean, right? Tomato sauce is swapped for cream cheese. Oh, whipped topping, then you chop up a bunch of. That sounds really good. Like, so would you do that with like a sugar cookie then? Right? Would that be the most conducive? Because, I mean, I don't think that you're going to do, Perfect. Thank you so much for letting me know. Because I don't know, like, I'm thinking about it, whatever kind of cookies. But, yeah, I use sugar cookies. Yeah, because I'm trying to, like, so usually in summer I don't bake as much because I mentioned on stream, like, last summer, right, that, it gets very hot. And because my place that I live in was built before a certain time period. They never had to construct the AC stuff, right? Hello, powerful finger. Welcome in. Welcome in. So, you know, like, hello, Igloo. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. So it's so because of that, like, I tend not to bake as much when it's summertime. But, you know, like, LA gets its rainy days, right? My place that I live in. How very specific. Well, it's because the reason why is because I was thinking, like, well, the building that I'm in, right? Right? Because if I say, like, well, like, if I think, because I guess when I think my place, I, like, also kind of, like, also it comes to mind, like, where my parents live, you know, because I'm, you know, see them all the time. But, like, it's different because it's, yeah, the emotion that
students have been given very clear guidance on disengagement with counter-protesters, and the fundamental values of the protest movement are against bigotry and hate. And at the end of the day, I think we all need to be urgently focusing on what's happening in Gaza.
Can you speak to the kind of Passover Seder events that were happening on campus last week? At the same time those were going on, the campus conduct was being described as very violent. Could you give us some insight into what kinds of interfaith activities have been happening in the course of these protests?
Yeah, I wasn't physically up there. I was with my family in New Jersey for Seder, but from what I've seen and heard, it was a lovely, inspiring, you know, very human time. They held a whole Seder service. They ate together. They prayed. It's really hard to square this with this sort of national discourse about, you know, Colombia being this hotbed of anti-Semitism.
What do you make of responses?
And you know what? Like, that is the weirdest thing to ever say, that Colombia, right? Like, you know, like Yale has its anti-Semitic history, right? Like, okay, it has that, right? But Colombia? Like, have you ever been to the Upper West Side? Like, you know, like, I swear, like, everybody's, you know, Zadie and Bubby, you know, is just, like, right around the corner, you know? But, yeah, like, yes, they had multiple Seder services, because outside of the land of Israel, right, you have the two Seders, right? Rob DeSantis went to Yale, didn't he? I'm not surprised. You know who else went to Yale? No. But Yale does have a history, an anti-Semitic history. Not so much anymore. In fact, I've always wanted to go to Yale, if only to go to their Clutches Pearls, right? If only to go to their rare books library. It's huge. It's enormous. And they made it with this, like, stone, right, that was cut in a particular way, right? Because they can't have windows, right? Because you can't have sunlight and, you know, stuff hitting the old manuscripts and such. You know, because otherwise it will degrade. So I've always wanted to go. Never got a chance to go. Who knows? Probably never will ever go. But, you know, it's just one of those things. Like, one reason why is apparent, like, this goes back to the fact that it's in Connecticut, right? And that's, like, you know, that's like if, like, a country club was a state, you know, that's Connecticut, so to speak. Or at least that's how it was described to me once, right? Like, right? And before, country clubs didn't admit Jewish people. So, in fact, that's actually why Toronto has two country clubs. One, the older one, that did not allow Jewish people to go in there, and then the other one with blackjack and hooker. But with the other one that allowed Jewish people and Italians and, you know, and even French Canadians to go there too.
From faculty, it seems like a bit of a mixed bag. Obviously, Shai David has gotten a lot of national media attention. Far before these protests emerged, as someone who was very vocal about his opposition to student protesters and who apparently had his key card deactivated, denying him access eventually, as he's now under investigation for accusations that he's been doxing and harassing students. But
Connecticut, home of the leftist with racist mods. I don't know who that is, Nautical. Sorry. I've never been to Connecticut, so I have no idea. I'm like, what? Hello, Phoenix Dragon. Hello, welcome in. Yesterday, YouTube recommended me 16-year-old video of the last 2 Jewish people in Afghanistan arguing. Apparently, the Taliban even imprisoned them and let them free because they were oh, I've heard about that. Yeah, I've heard that, that like, oh, that the last one that lives in Baghdad, that that they whatever, that he was so annoying that they just gave him his own house and just said just what I have heard that story. And in fact, that man was the only person that was caretaking the main synagogue that's there, because I mean, like, Central Asia is home of its own. If any of the people here want to Sherlock Holmes my statement, feel free, because I want to elaborate. No worries, Nautical. I was just like, what? They destroyed his ancient Torah. Oh no. You know how much those things cost, like even on the cheap end, right? Because they have to be made with, out of, like actual, parchment and everything, right? And you have to get a sofer, which back when I was a Hasidic Jew, that's what I wanted to do, right? A sofer is essentially a scribe, right? A Jewish scribe, because like official thing, like holy things, right? Like the Torah, like marriage contracts, otherwise called as ketubas or ketubot, or the little prayer that goes inside of a mezuzah, etc., right? Those have to be done by a sofer stam, and stam just means like it's a acronym that stands for like what all they can do. Like the T is Torah, right? Anyway, and so if those are often quite expensive because it involves skill, but also they are supposed to be holy. Like the least expensive Torah scroll I've ever seen was about $10,000, and that's me like barely remembering exactly the price, because it was higher, but it was about $10,000. A lot of them can be around $30,000, because again, it all has to be one scroll, right, of parchment, right, of so it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And like, for example, if you're a sofer, right, like what I wanted to be before I stopped being a chassid, you can only use like particular types of quills, particular types of ink, lots of stuff like that, right? So
can you give us a broader sense of what the public reaction has been among faculty, and maybe also weigh in on the choice to cancel in-person classes?
Yeah, so I mean,
okay, before he answers, one, there shouldn't have been in-person classes for a long time, right? Like the whole thing about with the pandemic and all that stuff, right? There is no reason why, right? Like, I get it, peeps, like, I kept feeling like the news was always talking about the, like, mask fatigue and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, yeah, but having a virus that can cause type 1 or type 2 diabetes, which are not related, they're not like, oh, one is like the other, right? They operate in very different ways. Among other things, right, is not exactly the thing you want just tons of people to be exposed to multiple times over and over. But like that, like push to just, what I mean? Just open everything up it's just ridiculous to me. I mean, and I was very sad when China, had to, do so. But really, it was because every other capitalist country opened up and was like, hey, if you don't open up, we're not gonna,
Professor Davidai, I'd say himself is more of a threat to the safety of Jewish students at Columbia than the pro-Palestinian protesters are.
Yes. Jonathan. That's right. Shai Davidai Vikol Chazionim, right? And all of the Zionists, right? All of the those ideologues, right, with their ideology of Zionism, right? They make Jewish people unsafe. The state of Israel makes Jewish people unsafe, especially because they want to equate, right, Jewish people, equivocate, I should say, the Jewish people with themselves. And they have nothing to do with Judaism. Like, the fact that people that happen to be Jewish live there is irrelevant. Because it's not even, they don't even care about safeguarding Jewish traditions. And they are known for being racist against Jews of color, etc., etc., etc. So, again, yes, Jonathan is absolutely right.
I mean, he's been posting videos of Muslim students praying also as if it was some kind of problem. It's very distressing. But I'm happy to say that Professor Davidai is kind of an outlier when it comes to the faculty response. Also on Monday, like I mentioned, the Seder service that happened that night. But earlier I was up there on campus and hundreds of faculty showed up and did a rally to speak in solidarity with students who'd been arrested and suspended the week before. So, I'm happy to see that faculty are, starting to speak up in the defense of the student organizers.
Why does Professor...
So, look, I hate how Robbie has to somehow come, but how is he if he's actually just taking Shai Davidai, who's an Israeli, right? As he likes to remind people, lived right in a country, right, where apparently 1/5 of the population is 1/5 of the population is not Jewish, right, ethnically. However you even want to define that, most of whom are Muslim. So and then this is the hypocrisy, right? I've heard Israeli ideologues say things like this, right? That Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Muslims can freely worship, which I'm just I don't even know what you even mean by that, among other things, right? However, he cannot claim, on one hand, right, it disproves the whole premise of what he's doing, right? He says he's from a society that has, blah 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 percentage of people that are Muslim. Lots of prayer happens all the time outside, right? Especially if you live in Jerusalem, right? Because you have the people at Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Then would he say, right? Then by that very premise, then Palestinians being afraid when they see Jewish people, you know what I mean? It's just davening, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, right? It's he wants to suspend the rules of logic for this one special case, but because of that, that's why you can completely throw out any claim that he makes, right? He's the one saying that that they're funded by Iran. Trust me, if grad students got funding, grad students would be a lot happier. Right, literally, one of the things about being a grad student is you get no funding. It's literally you know what I mean? Because that's not true. And Irene brought this up earlier, but now they're saying that, of all people, George Soros is funding the anti-Semitism, which doesn't even make sense because that's the what? like just avoid. Like, what on earth are these people on? I hear some Maoists calling Cuba a Soviet colony. And how they should have moved closer to China, even though the Soviets gave them another 14-year run. By 1975, China betrayed everybody. He stopped giving aid to Albania. This way, at least Cuba received some aid until 1989. Yeah, I mean, like I say, Cuba, it is very difficult for we can say and we can learn from the experiences of the 20th century, right? When it came to, states that tried to go on the road of socialism, right? That, even when it's quite obvious that the Soviet Union was just a social democracy, really, right? Like, by the end, that it still was, that's something we have to learn from, right? Like, how the reactionary aspect works. But not for us to, denigrate an entire country that is still under an embargo by the, foremost imperialist power. And also one that is always, trying to help other people, particularly Haitians. So, that is the reason why, when people want to start criticizing Cuba, it's like, okay, but you don't have to be like, so therefore, Cuba could fall and I wouldn't. No. That is not a good conclusion. Not even for a principled, orthodox, anti-revisionist communist. That is not the way to go, right? Like, that is better than what the opposite would be, right? It returning back into the imperialist, U.S. imperialist fold, right? So, the people say, oh, it could have been, sure, from an ideological standpoint, perhaps, but again, it's a country that, at least in one sense, already has things like mass plebiscites, right? A lot of direct democracy, blah, 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 etc., right? It would be easier to then install more firmer principles or whatever people want to use, right? More orthodox principles, more anti-revisionist, guidelines to then, move forward with that. But to just dump an island that has suffered so much under colonization and neo-colonization for hundreds of years, I just don't agree with that. So, that's why, there are some people that claim to be MLM that say, oh, that somehow the blockade on Cuba is a good thing, and I'm like, no, it's not, right? That oh, if it were to be opened back up to the world market, and would then be able to be invested in by the United States, that merits its, us, whatever. I just don't believe that. Tucker now invites, in fact, nobody I know that's for example, that's a anti-revisionist Marxist that I've met, whenever I did a lot of my work in the global South, back in Mexico, in my hometown in Tijuana or in other cities, none of them ever took that view. In fact, they were astonished that people did have that view. It's imperfect, but Tucker now invites guests that criticize Israel for assaulting. Oh, what? Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. The funny thing is that, hello, Vitingale, hello. Welcome in, it's so nice to see you. Yes, is it true that, for example, they highlight, for example, Roman Catholics or Eastern Orthodox people, right? Right, because they have videos that they found of like literally, like in some cases they're literally teenage boys, right? Like they're literally Bachrim, and I can tell because they, like, people will, like, in the Hebrew media will refer to them as Bachrim, which means that they're unmarried, which means that they're in yeshiva, blah blah blah. I don't want to get all into that, but like they're like teenage boys, right? That does not excuse it under any circumstance, right? But it has never been used, and the outrage is not there when it comes to Palestinian Christians, right? Like, who are being genocided, right? And who have faced ethnic cleansing for decades, right? So that's the reason why it's like, yeah, there are incidents where chauvinistic people, including the video that people like to show a lot on Twitter, which is literally like two, like, they don't even have full beards. I'll put it like that, right? Like, they're obviously Hasidim, but they're obviously Haredi, but they don't have full beards. So I'm like, so they have to be young, right? Because like Jewish men above, like, don't shave their beards, right? If they're Haredim or Hasidim, right, which also falls into the Haredim category. So if they're very baby faced, that that was one of the things that clued me into why that video had some issues. Not that it does not happen though. Chauvinism is always there. I love learning all this free money on the table, notoriously grad students, right? Like, hey, you mean I didn't have to waste 2 years of my, PhD program like 10 years ago, trying to, write as many grants applications and everything to send out just for them all to tell me no. That I could have just asked, I could have just walked on down to the Iranian embassy and been like, hey, I'm a college student back in the day, right? Back before, when I was still doing my PhD coursework, and been like, hey, can you just like pay me? Because obviously that's what you do, right? Damn, Iran really have a lot of money to fund tens of thousands of people, right? To go out and all of that stuff. Like, no. I'm like, and because like in the United States, getting funding is so hard, and it's only gotten worse. Like from when I did my PhD coursework, which was years ago, to now, it's only gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. Like COVID did not allow the neoliberal university system that exists, right, to become better at helping students. It just gave them an excuse for not helping students and actually making it harder for students to receive the aid that they need. Did you see DSA delegates going in Cuba and being, no, I have not seen that. And oh goodness gracious. That was from a movie and a video game, I am sure, so that's okay. I feel like there's probably an embassy somewhere that would respect the gall of just rocking up and being like, fund me out, like, hey, the Eric Andre show. Oh, okay. Makes sense then. Different story then. Yeah, it's art, right? We're doing a teach-in, right? I'm doing a teach-in. We're also doing an art-in, I guess, too. So, yeah, like imagine, and what's funny though is that like the Israelis, they do actually will pay like Hillel, right, which is like the more liberal, right, Jewish organization that is on campus, right? They will pay them money. So then that way you can take courses that they have, like, that are, Zionist courses, right, essentially, and then pay out stipends, right? Sometimes it might not be like directly from that, But then you also have things like the birthright trips, right? Where it's like it's literally funded through the Israeli government and billionaire donors, right? So, and like one of its purposes too is to like almost like hook you up with someone, right? Like to kind of like make you marry an Israeli. I don't from what I've been told from people that went, and later on, came to the realization of, that was an error, right? To have done so, or what, a lot of them were like, yeah, there's this weird like Shadchan vibe where they're like, oh, hey, you should like meet this guy.
So David and I not enjoy the free speech right to criticize the protesters, to participate in protest, to characterize Muslim people praying however he wants. I don't agree with how he characterizes it.
Yeah, let the kids support Palestine. It's not like... What? What are you talking about, Michael? What are you even talking about? Like, I don't even know. Like, I mean, if I am understanding you correctly, you're saying that the protesters are not going to be able to beat the IDF? Is that what you're saying? Or are you trying to say that the Palestinians could not defeat the IDF? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Sorry. Just to elaborate for me. Yeah, let's take the Islam as the main religion. I mean, most people in the world, in general, are... This is something that, like, when people read religion statistics, right? This is why I hate these maps, right? That say, like, oh, like the religions of the world, right? And it draws these lines and says, this is the Muslim zone, and this is the, the Protestant zone, and this is the Catholic zone, right? Like, most people in places like Mexico, for example, are nominally Catholic, right? Only because of years of the colonial institution being there. It's not because they're ardent, they go to church every Sunday. In fact, quite the opposite. Most people do not go to church, but they still identify with the, cycle of life events like baptism, right? Because they've been ingrained culturally. Not because, same thing with Islam. Like, I mean, as you can see so in Lebanon, right? Like when I was, or Syria when I was there, right? So,
And I saw him widely criticized for it on social media.
Basically, the DSA sent a bunch of delegates there, and the delegates were criticizing the Cuban government in front of the guests. And the president took 2 hours from his schedule to meet them and even talk to them about their criticism. And they didn't even bother to go visit him. They even met with the... What? Okay, that's just messed up. Okay, like, look. If you had the president of Cuba willing to literally, like, listen to, I wish that Cuba would do this, or this. And you just snub him and then instead go to a leftist opposition, which I vaguely know that, like, for one, there is like some amount of people that are Maoists, but I don't think that I know that's not who you're talking about, right? They're more Trotskyist, if I remember correctly. Like, I forget what it's called, but it's like El Nuevo Internacional, something like that.
Yeah, but should he not have those same rights?
Why do I hate the West Empire? I hate imperialism. All of it. Neither Washington, nor Moscow, nor Beijing. No imperialist powers.
Well, of course he has the right. I was just saying, students probably feel more threatened by him posting videos of them on his now enormous social media platform.
Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of how you feel about your ability to speak out as someone who is currently enrolled in a degree program there? We've seen very high-profile people from the CEO of Sweet Green to the...
On Twitter, one of the delegates started banning people because she got criticized for going to to an NED funded event. Oh gosh, that's just so... Yeah, like real communists are against all forms of imperialism, not just Western imperialism. Like in the same way that orthodox Marxist, non-revisionist, anti-revisionist Marxists were against social imperialism by the USSR, for example, right? The issue with that is like a lot of very strange people use that term, right? So it's funny, like this is the first time I've ever seen, someone that I know use it, but like the certain people, like the Midwest Marx people, I guess, they like to use that term a lot. But I feel like they use it to just mean like anybody that doesn't agree with their weird like Pat Sock stuff.
The owner of the Patriots, Tushai Davidai, endorsing the idea that people who are participating in these protests should not be allowed to get jobs, should be black.
What's this? Why do you hate imperialism? It does not provoke. Imperialism is the opposite of promoting those values. What are you even talking about? It literally harms everybody, including people in Western countries. Because it means that it makes their lives even more precarious, as we see now. So yes, it does make them into the labor aristocracy, for example, but imperialism is another thing too, Michael, is I think you might be misunderstanding imperialism as in the socioeconomic sense from colonialism, because I think that's what you're trying to say, that like empires, as people conceptualize them historically. And again, if I'm incorrect, please do let me know, because I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. But imperialism is not when freedom of speech. Imperialism is when you have a country like the United States, for example, right, exporting capital like factories and other such things to places where they can exploit the labor of other countries to gain super profits that they wouldn't be able to make within their own territory. That's what one of the fundamental aspects of imperialism is. It's not freedom of speech, because capitalists don't care about free speech. Right, like a factory doesn't care about free speech, right? Production quotas are not about free speech, right? So, no. I hesitate to use a term that, like, I understand what you're saying, because yes, from the late 90s and on through the 2000s, there was this concept that they would teach, like in schools, right? Like in high school, etc., of like globalization, right? But that was essentially, I guess, the neoliberal way of saying imperialism. I mean, if I can just sum it down to that, right? So we're not disagreeing, but I think that the terminology that I'm using is more the leftist, or whatever you want to call it, Marxian, U.S. empire promotes. No, it does not. Like the cobalt mines in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo do not have people saying, now you have the freedom of speech, because they are not part of the United States. They are mines that, with U.S. capital, are being hyper exploited, right? Like, that's like, has the United States used the idea of those values to do imperialism and even neocolonialism? Sure, fine. They will do that as a pretense, but very seldom is it actually, taken to fruition. Leftists who can complete the chat be normal challenge. I mean, by compatible, I mean compatible with the. Oh yeah, well, Also, just in case anybody, would like to go and like the stream, or, please make sure to go there. Please make sure to subscribe. I want to make it at 500. That way I can finally start getting it monetized, because right now, like, I'm literally about to be out of a job because my teaching contract's going to be over. So, yeah, that was capital expansion of markets to a third world and exploitation of people for cheap labor. Yeah. Yes, and it created jobs, yes, but so yeah, we're not disagreeing, but I just don't think, however, that the exportation of capital, so that way, people who would otherwise, like, for example, if Michael, if I can just give you a really quick example. Here, Moni and Vitingale, I'm gonna moderate both of you, okay? I'm gonna give you both the wrench. Like the people that are suffering in the Eastern Republic of the Congo, right, suffer immense harsh conditions, right? And yet the flow of the cobalt, the flow of all of the minerals is done, even though it's quote unquote a war zone, blah, 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 whatever you want to say, it still affects those people. And like, the difference is not so much that it creates a job, but rather the fact that the people are, it's not as though those jobs are something that are sustainable or dignified, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not as though working in a mine where the attrition rate is really high, right? Where the, like, people pass, are harmed, lose limbs, etc., at a very high rate, right? Like, that shouldn't be what allows for people in the US to have, like, cell phones, right? Like, that is unnecessary, right? There is a way to make it that would be more ethical, but yes, they do suffer. I find it very hard to believe, Michael, that the working classes, right, the oppressed of the world, are somehow ignorant of their exploitation. If anything, they are the most aware of it, right? Let's not forget 40. Well, I don't know that statistic in particular. Another thing too is, like, what does that matter? If someone is illiterate, that doesn't mean that therefore they can be exploited. Like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, with that logic, you could justify it here. You know what I mean? Like, after the liberation of Africa, they went communist and authoritarian. All of Africa went that way? Because you said liberation of Africa. I mean, like, the Union of South Africa didn't become communist. In fact, it was propped up precisely because it was anti-communist, and had apartheid. I mean, that literally is, so I understand from what I understand, Michael, I think what you're trying to say is that there is kind of like that slogan, right, that freedom isn't free, right, and, like, I guess someone has to blah blah, but I don't agree with that. I'll put it like that. Like, my chat on Twitch knows for a fact how much I really do not agree with that. But I do think that is taking it a bit too far. Like, I mean, that is literally might is right, and that's just unacceptable.
Listed when they go out into the job market. You're in a PhD program, and I wonder if you've given any consideration to the threats that have been made about your longer term kind of professional opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, over the
let's see here. Let's look at chat really quick. Like suck Dems. Oh yeah, I'm not even a fan of the Dem sucks Euro communist. I mean, I just find it like, look, as someone who, like, when I visited Europe, and I had heard all of these wonderful, like in America, we're taught like, Europe is this, almost like utopia, right? In many ways, right? Because of the way how it's portrayed in movies, the way how it's portrayed in, right? And what was interesting was that it was in the places that had recently been, the places that were being imperialized by the EU, but were part of the EU, like Greece, Italy, etc., Spain, like southern Italy, especially southern Spain, Portugal, etc. That's where you had a lot of people that did have class consciousness and things like that. And the supposed leftists, like in power, were essentially just neoliberals, but they were willing to extend like the social safety net, in a way so that it technically gets reduced, but it lasts a little bit longer, right? And it's like, that's not what the people want, right? What? What does natural selection have to do with anything about anything? Colonialism. I am European. Spain, Greece are. No, that's not true. I will not have people literally. So anyway, like the Euro communists, or at least the people that claim to be so, right, never really met with the people, and definitely not with the people who needed their help most, right? Like, they're willing to meet with like the quote unquote traditional working class, quote unquote, which had already become, which was already the labor aristocracy, but that was it, right? Like, also, if someone is exporting factories or ideologies, or, let's be real, men with guns to your country, you may not have free speech for very long, right? I mean, just think about the history of the Congo, right? Like that is a place where, like, even when Belgium gave them independence, right, they still had Belgians at the highest strata of society, at the highest stratum, I should say, of society. Being all of the generals, and in fact, it's actually a really good documentary that's short enough to where I guess we could watch it on stream. And I really like this creator because they actually are, like, go deep into the history of that. I'm sure the people in Haiti have free speech promoted by the United States, right? Yeah, like, oh yeah, over there they're just like, just always on TikTok and eating hot chip. Fingers crossed for your new country. I hope so, Drama Llama Panorama. I really hope so. Like over the summer, I'm just gonna have to stream, and Bezos Hashem, I can make it work, but it's just so. I mean, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, the shining UN countries are doing genocide to Sami Greenlanders anyway. Interesting that you say that, because, well, not interesting for, but there's actually this video from this channel that I found that, like, tries to do history, quote unquote. And it literally, let me see if I can find the title, because it's so ridiculous. Yes, okay, I found it here. The Reality of Socialism, Denmark. I'm like, bro, and then they have another one too. The Reality of Socialism, Sweden. I'm like, bro, you have to be joking. Like, you have to know that, like, I don't know. Well, that is definitely a sentiment nautical that I and many other people might or might not, agree with heavily. Every time I meet well, I mean, let's be honest, Nautical. It's very difficult for anyone that's BIPOC, for example, to meet a white person in general, right, and not, have to think, how is this person going to, and it's not even a like, oh, you're presupposing things about them. No, it's a mechanism because of the fact that that they're thinking something about you, right? Like the racialization is power, right? As Jody Melamed writes, and that's what, I asked the LLM attached to Bing for stats on African literacy. It turns out the average literacy rate on the entire continent can be super varied, but who knew? But for most of those countries, the literacy rate over 15s is 60 to 70%. Why am I not surprised by that? That, yeah, the person that literally started to say like chauvinistic things towards Spaniards and Greeks and calling them apparently lazy, which is not even true. Just like literally proving my point about the whole European Union and it's how it has like an internal imperialistic mechanism with Southern European countries and Eastern European countries in particular. Literally just proved my point for me. I'm pretty sure that's not what they're called, Nautical, but if you'll do socialism, the government's going to force you to learn Swedish. I mean, okay, so this is a very interesting historical thing that happened. Yeah, please no xenophobic, like nothing. Like absolutely. Like we do not need racist tropes about people or anything like that. Just when Mexico, after the revolution, right, there was this ideological thing called indigenismo, right, which was trying to bring, the issue is that it was a bourgeois, right, idea of indigenism, as could be translated best, right? And so the issue with that was that it meant that the idea of what was an indigenous person, or what was indigenous, right, was something that was administered from the top down. What that ended up causing, though, is that there were some people, including Alfonso Caso, who was one of the, like, I guess, one of the thinkers of this time when the Mexican national identity is kind of being formulated in the 1930s and 40s. And also somewhat in the 20s, but really it's the 30s when that happens. That he actually said we should abandon Spanish as our national language and speak Nahuatl, the language of the Mexica, right? The language of the quote unquote Aztecs, right? Because if we're supposed to be Mexicanos, right? Why don't we speak the Mexica language, right? Which was Nahuatl, right? That was his. But that idea was not accepted because, reasons. But personally, myself, I've been wanting to. So the Nahuatl that I know is a lot of it left over from when I was. Oh, and yes, please make sure to join us on following Phoenix Dragon. He's a very wonderful streamer and literally has been one of my friends here on Twitch since really before I even started streaming. So, and was there to stand up for me when, a lot of other people would have just ignored it. So, weird how they go to Northern European countries, right? Because they always want to like argue the whole like, well, they're like a homogenous society, which is funny because they say that when it's this, right? But then, like, Tim Pool, 20 minutes later, is going to be like, Sweden is under invasion. It's just like, my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. Xenophobic towards who? Because I'm trying to keep those Canadian. Yeah, it was on YouTube. It was just some person that came in and was like, oh, hey, why are you against imperialism if it makes free speech a global phenomenon? And I'm like, it doesn't. Also, the West wasn't the first. Like, this is actually something that is interesting, because it disproves this idea that free speech was first ever even thought of, right? Even thought of in Western Europe. In the, I want to say, I could be pronouncing this wrong, I probably am, but it's in the Rajama Shastra or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of the text, but if people know like the history of ancient India, they might know this far better than I, but that there once was actually in this story, right, there was a tale of the gods, right, wanted the human beings, right, so they set up a stage and they wanted human beings to put on a play, right? And so there were the gods and the demons and whatever, blah blah blah, right? And that the humans began to do a comedy, right, where they were mocking the demons, and so the demons attack them, right? And again, I'm paraphrasing everything here, right? I know Salman Rushdie talks about this. Like, I remember him telling the story, in particular, and that then the gods, like, after what happened, after they harmed the humans, then the gods say, no, the demons cannot, like, whatever happens on the stage, right, like, whatever humans say, right, and on this stage, right, is protected, right? Like, if they want to do a play that's a comedy about the demons, we can, or even the gods, like, we cannot go attack them, right? Like, they, like, this space is a place where they can say, right, what they would like. And in fact, similar things too, like even in medieval Baghdad, right, during the Abbasid Caliphate, there was essentially like a debate. I mean, it essentially was a parliament, right? I don't remember exactly what it was called, but there were two oppositional groups. There were the wine drinkers, right? Because, I mean, there is this general prohibition against drinking alcohol, but like what alcohol means, in what context, etc., changes, right? So, and this was happening in Baghdad. So this was under the Abbasid Caliphate, which is a Persianate caliphate, right? By the Abbasid dynasty was from Iran. This is during the so-called Islamic Golden Age, and so what you have is they had like a place where they would debate, and kind of like almost like the British Parliament, right, where it's like the government and the opposition, right? But the difference was there was the wine drinkers and the water drinkers. The water drinkers were the ones that would argue that people should be more pious and more religious and more conservative, and the wine drinkers were the ones that would argue that no, we should have a society that is more pluralistic, that is more open to, allowing, people of other faiths to feel safe within like the capital and within, the rest of the empire, etc., blah, blah, blah. And like this existed for quite some time. Literally what ended the Abbasid Caliphate and what ended this kind of like debate, like these things, was the invasion of the Mongols. In fact, there is this very, very sad phrase I remember from reading. Yes, wine, which is funny because since it's Passover, right? Like I actually have to drink wine, right? I normally don't drink, and the wine that I get is one that's very like low in alcohol content anyway. But it's there for it's only for a religious purpose. But one thing, because it's Passover, when we have Seder, we have to leave out a glass of wine, right, in a very special cup for Elijah, right? It's Elijah's cup, and like an empty chair for Elijah to sit down if he shows up, I guess. I texted him the address, but it's been 4,000 years and he still hasn't arrived, but pretty sure he's taking the scenic route. So they would have these debates, and they would have these even in the Umayyad court, and also in the Umayyad emirate in Iberia, for example, right? And so these things completely challenge the notion that freedom of speech, freedom of religion, etc., blah blah blah, all these things only came into the thoughts of human beings in Western Europe. That is not true. That the ancient Indian texts already have a description of where like the stage is a place, right? And what humans say within a certain context has to be allowed, right? And shouldn't be attacked, right? That people should be able to be criticized. That is something that, like, again, 4,000 years ago, right, being written about and not being given the credit that obviously ideas of like that spread across the world, especially during the, again, Islamic Golden Age, as it's often called, was because of this. There's so many things that I could go off on, but, let's see here. Invade. Yeah, the whole thing about like the no-go zones, I'm like, okay, bruh, like you literally, like he called East LA at one point because he was talking about Skid Row, and like if Miss Anita Bump, I think that they're streaming right now, and Miss Anita Bump has actually been going to one of the protests here in LA at UCLA, in fact. There's that, which I respect immensely. Like Miss Anita Bump has gone to protests like and live streamed quite a lot, and like pro-Palestine ones in particular. And so I do understand some people have some ethical questions about, because then people who might otherwise not want their faces shown will get, that's a whole different discussion, I would say. But the fact that, because really Anita will focus on themselves, like, as in talking and showing people in a way so that they don't, their face isn't. So I appreciate that. Because you don't want to, like, this is why one of the things about like being an activist and actually being involved and doing, real, leftist work, mutual aid, etc., is, know when to. Yes, please join us in following Miss Anita Bump. They are wonderful. They've been a friend of mine for quite a while too, and again, always been very kind and they know, like the whole LA, situation. But I remember Miss Anita Bump talking about, even myself, like East LA is literally Mexican LA, right? It's literally like Chicano, Mexicano, Latino LA. So for like Tim Pool to say that, like it's literally doing what the freeways that were built in the 60s, etc., and 70s were meant to do, to literally do apartheid, right? But in LA, right? And like people don't see them as apartheid walls because there's a utility to them. But like I said, like growing, like when I was a kid and I lived in LA at the time, like literally the freeway was like, it felt like the Great Wall of China was right next to my house, essentially. And there was no continuity between the former neighborhoods. Tim Pool's beanie is under invasion. Oh my gosh. Yes, performing arts. I like that little emoji. I still don't understand. Oh, wine. Yes. Is it Elijah or Elisha? So in Hebrew, his name is Yahu, right? And so the Y's in Hebrew, because of a process that happens with mostly with Latin, right? Because at one point, like the letter J, right, just become, as people know that speak like German, for example, or other languages, right, like and even those that know IPA, right, like the letter J usually represents a kind of Y sound, right, like Jungen, right, like it starts with the letter J, but in Germanic languages it besides English, it's pronounced as a y sound. But in many languages, it became Elijah, right? Or Elisa, Elias, right? So that's the reason why, like, in Spanish it's Elias, right? But in English it's Elijah, right? But it can be spelled with an SH and an A. There are people who still spell it that way. That comes from a particular translation of the Bible. I believe it's not the King's. I don't think it's the King James, but I think it's like one of the standard editions that came out later, if I remember correctly. And yes, if you'd like to support me, my puppies, or my research, you can always go to my link tree here, or you can always subscribe to the channel and get out of having to watch those darned ads. Or help sponsor a book, like the one that's up here. Happy Passover. Thank you. I appreciate that. Chag Sameach. And I shouldn't make fun of him for not having hair. My best friend and previous partner shaved their head. It really makes no difference at all. He's such a hateful person. His toxicity. Well, like, one thing that's interesting, though, is that, like, he himself makes fun of people for their appearance, including their hair, right? Like, particularly when it's trans people, right? And so I think that, like, this is why, again, like, I'm not saying that therefore that makes whatever people say about Tim Pool okay, but rather that, like, it's a good thing that, that you took a step back, because this happens to all of us, right? It's like we will say something like that, and it, knowing how horrific this person is, but we also don't want to perpetuate the similar aspects that they tend to do. If he were to stop living in his, like, Tony Hawk bunker, like underground bunker that he lives in the middle of West Virginia, which honestly just sounds like Doomsday Preppers, like its own episode of Doomsday Preppers to me. Like, literally, like the Tim Pool episode. I like that it should exist, because that's how I imagine it. Like, everything's underground, but he has, like, a half pipe, all that stuff, right? During the Islamic Golden Age, a lot of the math that Da Vinci and others used and expanded to were made by a bunch of random... Yeah, I mean... Al-Khwarizmi, right? Exists, right? And it persists in our language to this day by his Latin name, by what he discovered, right? And his Latin name is algorithmi. He literally discovered the algorithms. Like, he literally was the first person to conceptualize that. And he was from Horwaz, which is in Iran. He was Persian. You also had, like, Aleuclides and others. Like, in fact, Aleuclides is very important because without his book on the Hindu art of reckoning, the introduction of the numeral system that was developed in India that then became known as Arabic numerals, right, that we know now, would not have been introduced, along with the decimal point. People like to say that the decimal point came far, far later, but actually Al-Uqlidisi, in the 10th century CE, in the 10th or 11th century, because he was kind of like at that cusp, already had developed and I've seen the manuscript. Like, it's like a little dash, right? And it's like the idea of partial numbers, 0, right? Like, these things are just like, seem to us so obvious now, but it's like, it's very, very, very interesting to me. Is Long Beach gentrified place? I used to listen to old Snoop Dogg songs, and he was painting a picture like it's a very grim place. but the video I saw very recently in the context of urbanism, like, it is actually a nice place minus the giant. Well, minus the oil, minus the oil refineries, and then the oil, the what are they called? Oh, the oil rigs, just out on the ocean. In fact, that's one of the things where, like, because I used to know someone that worked at somewhere along the Long Beach, right? I mean, hence why it's called Long Beach, because it's a long beach. And one of the things that they kind of always were, I see all these kids and everybody going into the water, but then you also see these oil rigs, right? And you're just, and it's one of those things where, like, is it safe, right? And typically, the EPA and the California Department of Environmental Safety, or I forget exactly what it's called now, of environmental standards and something like that. They will do that, but it has been an issue. Like, once I stayed in a hotel because I was I forget why. I mean, I don't know the reason why. It was just a long time ago. It was like over a decade ago. But I remember that surrounding on two sides, right? The other two sides were open to, like, a shopping plaza, and then the other side was to, like, a car dealership. There was a hotel, right? And I think I just needed, like, a place to crash for the weekend, like, at that time. I don't know, who knows. But behind it, on those two, on the other two sides, was an oil refinery, and, like, you could smell it in the air, like, even when you close the door. And I just, like, did not trust the water there. So parts of Long Beach have been gentrified, especially the farther south you go. The more closer you go to San Pedro, there's, like, a museum of Latin American art. That area is still very, like, in fact, there's public transit. There's the Blue Line, which goes in a circle around downtown Long Beach. 2, they have the Museum of Latin American Art, and 3, it's very densely built. So, you can walk to a lot of places, lots of good grocery stores, etc. And it's inexpensive. It's inexpensive to live. I mean, for LA, right? And it's not gentrified. Now, but the closer you get to, like, so there's this big building that has, like, it's like a big condo building that just, like, blocks the view for, like, everybody for miles behind it. But it's right on the, like, on the actual main drag right there that goes along the beach. It has, like, green at the top, like a green, like, turret at the top. At the roofing is green. That, and as soon as you go, like, that going southeast, everything from that is, like, very gentrified. So, like, that's where you'll get the, like, luxury apartments, right? The quote unquote, right? So, but yeah. But if you go to places more on the, like, closer to the port, right? Because it tends to be more working class. In fact, Japanese, if you've ever read, like, the book Farewell to Manzanar, which is based on a place that existed in California, in Inyo County, which you should literally never go to, because I've been there, and oh my goodness. Just redeemed a... Oh, okay. Thank you. If you read... so Inyo County's weird, and I felt really weird going there, not just because there's, it's a rural California county, and it's on the other side of all the mountain ranges, so it's, like, the most desolate, the most, lonely. I mean, people forget that California has sundown towns too. Like, the West does too. It's not only a southern or Midwestern phenomenon. It definitely exists out west for sure, especially like once you get out of Visalia, etc. Anyway, I don't want to get too off track, but Inyo County, that's where they had Manzanar, the Japanese internment camps, and they're just way too proud about it. Like there's just I don't know what it is. Like and literally I've said this every single time I brought it up because it's stuck with me ever since. Like they are way too proud about having an internment camp there, like way too proud and way like I don't know. It just gave me the creeps. But anyway, not speaking about Inyo County. But yes, like if you read the book Farewell to Manzanar, it talks about how before Terminal Island used to be densely inhabited by Japanese cannery workers, especially essentially cramped onto this island in the middle of the port of Long Beach, to work in very, very bad conditions. Eliyahu, yeah. And Slavic languages too. Yeah, exactly. Y'all see Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade? Y'all remember that guy remarking that not every language spells the name of God with a J? Yeah, this is that. Well, it's funny too because the the name that people have called will sometimes call like the Jewish God, right? Like the one that starts with the Y. But in German starts with a J. That's why if you're actually a biblical historian, if you're a biblical scholar, right? If that's something you do, oftentimes they will talk about the various authors of the Bible, and one of them is the J, but it's supposed to stand for the Jehovah one, right? Or the one with a more of a Y sound, but that actually isn't how it's pronounced. We actually don't know how it's pronounced. Like the whole point is it doesn't exist. Like it's not actually the name itself. In fact, that's why Jewish people call God Hashem. It literally Hashem means the name. Shem means name. Ha means the. So Hashem, and we're referring to God, right? Because it's like those four letters, the tetragrammaton, right, is not actually like the name, right? So anyway, people in Uruguay, when they pronounce two L's, with the ya. Oh, I see. Yeah, sorry. That's how I normally. That's how it's done in Mexico. In northern Mexico, especially. Like where I like in my hometown, Tijuana, which is in Baja California Norte, literally like way up here, right? It's pronounced like a Y, right? But if you go down to like the colonial heartland down here, it actually sounds kind of like a J sound, because like the word proyecto, right, which means project, right, in central Mexico is pronounced proyecto, right? Es un proyecto para la escuela, right? And that's just because of the fact that it's like in IPA, it's like a little J with a little loop, because it's like it is, but it's proyecto, right? El proyecto, right? Not proyecto like in northern Mexico, which is the variety of Northern Mexican Spanish is the variety most people in the United States are acquainted with, because it's the one that borders. So more like the Bandicabaya. Isn't he afraid from poor? I mean, yes. Mind's blown. Yeah. Oh, like trust me. Like one of the things that I've always wanted to this is a teach-in, right? Because I'm doing it in solidarity with the students and the other faculty and everybody all around the country and around the world right now, because I can't, physically speaking, like go and be in an encampment for multiple reasons. But I've always wanted to go and sort of like, something that I want to do over the summer, especially. Yes, want to show me cross-channel, cross-platform solidarity. Check out my Twitch stream or my YouTube stream if when it pops up. Now, I've always wanted to go into the different communities of Jewish people and sort of teach, right, a kind of like, because like when I like say there was a course called like History of the Jewish People, right? Let's say, right, it would only be a 1 and a 2 course, right? 1 semester, fall semester, and a spring semester. You cannot cover all of the all of the varieties, their history, their cultural attributes. I mean, even just talking about Sephardic Jews is like a whole subject in itself. I mean, that's why people specialize in just specific types of Jewish history, for example. I just misheard algorithmy. Oh my gosh. Algorithmy. Oh, I see. Arabic and Farsi script is so gorgeous. I wish I knew it. Yes. I know what you mean. Like again, because I wanted to be a scribe back when I was a chassid, and I technically could learn the art of being a scribe, right? A scribal artist. But my stuff wouldn't be accepted in the Orthodox Jewish world, right? Because it would be a non-binary woman doing it, and technically you have to be a cis het Orthodox man to do it. So, I'm not going to go into all of that, but yeah. Like, that's actually one of the things, too, like it's funny because I think Raven brought it up earlier. Yeah. That, like, certain people, like, contributed to this, right? To the different knowledge. And there were people, including, I want to say, Copernicus. He literally, like, plagiarized, essentially, a treatise, like, part of a treatise from an Arabic scholar, right? Whose work had been, which he had in Latin, right? And in fact, that's actually how Aristotle was. Aristotle would not be here, would not actually exist as part of the Western canon, as we know it now, had it not been preserved in the Islamic world. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, literally, so much of what we have of Aristotle, for example, was in Arabic, right? Translated from Greek into Arabic, and then later on translated again from Arabic into Latin, and then later became like the standardized form we see it now. But like the manuscripts and other such things, right, is just very different. In fact, when the first caliphate, I think it was the Umayyads actually, went against the Byzantines and actually went quite deep into Anatolia, right? So we're talking about like what we call Turkey, right, or Turkiye, right? When they essentially were almost going to lay siege on Constantinople at the time, what it was called, they said, we will end the war if you give us your copy, which was the original copy of Ptolemy's Almagest, literally willing to say, give us knowledge, give us a book, and we will end this war. Like we will go back to having peace, but we want the book. Like, and that is like never talked about in history. The fact that literally one of the conditions for having like a peace was like, you give us a book, either by Galen or Ptolemy or whatever, in different circumstances. But that's because there was a translation movement, in fact, to the point where the Caliph Abd al-Malik would literally pay you the weight of any book that you brought to the Caliph's library in Baghdad. He would pay you its weight in gold. So if it was like a like a larger book than usual, right, you would get more gold. And there were 50 translators that we know of, official translators in Baghdad, and they were just like constantly getting knowledge from all over the world and then translating it into Arabic. So, and it's because of that we have Aristotle, that we have so many other people Yes, the decimal point and the concept of zero. Well, the concept of zero, yeah, that's something that was already theorized in India, and then it existed in the Islamic world as well. Like, they also came to understand it, because before, here, I'm actually gonna break out the chalkboard now. See where? Oh, there it is. Back in the day, right? This is literally, I mean, without the point, obviously, right? This is literally how the Romans used to do math. You can see how inefficient it is. Like you could do it. You could do, right, 18 times 14, right? But you'd have to do it and then put it back in the whatever it was, right? So having zero helped a lot. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, October, for your $5 contribution towards Figurative Inquisition. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, that book. Oh my gosh, I am almost done reading Erin's other book that she has on this very similar subject, and like, it's talking about a lot of really interesting stuff that's just like, for my book project is just really opening up a lot of avenues. So thank you so much for the contribution. If you would like to contribute to my research in some way, you can always do so by sponsoring a book, for sure. Yeshua is so I actually went over this where's my, oh, there it is. I went over this once on Talorx's stream, right? That Jesus' actual name, right? Right, which is often as Yeshua, right? Wait, sorry, I made a mistake. There needs to be this. So this is the Yesh-U-Ah, right? Is actually like the nickname or the diminutive of the name Yehoshua or Joshua. So Jesus' name, like Jesus, is literally Josh. I'm not even joking. Like when like the Greeks just transliterated it into their language, but because they don't have the sh sound like Hebrew does, it's Jesus. Like that's how they have it, right? Jesus. But the name that Jesus is the like the diminutive form of is of Yeshua, which is Joshua. So literally Yeshua is Josh Christ. So now you know. The one that starts with the Y, Yah, hey, it's technically the H and the W are usually opposite, are interchanged. But yes, that is not actually the name. Like, we actually don't know what because there's no vowel. There are no vowels in it, so there's no way to know how to pronounce it. People have, like, Europeans, when in the 19th century, and also in the late 18th century, so like the 1700s, 1800s, when they really began to do, to make anthropology and even ethnographies and even history as we know it now as a discipline, right, and also philology, they, like, in fact it was Germans who did this, they just began to use that term to mean that, but it historically Jewish people have never said, like even before the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in 70 BCE, never said that word. We actually say something else completely. But yes, if you'd like to help with my research, you can check out my throne. Yeah, it's like a breath. Sure, one could say that, I guess. I'm back proper now. I finally got to the point where I can leave the boring dinner party. Hey, well, that's why they can't pronounce. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A breath. Oh, I see what you mean now. I get what you mean. It's like a dialect almost, right? I once heard pollo es pollo or pollo. Yeah. So like, yeah, if you go to Argentina, they're gonna say pollo. Todas estas cosas que queremos saber es porque yo, right? Like yo, right? Dang, that's a lot more than translators these days. Yeah. I mean, literally, I've done so much translation work that, like, I can tell you, like, if they find a way to not pay you, they will do it. And once, it's like the one time that I actually got paid, like, even just a little bit that actually was, like, enough. Or actually wasn't enough, but that was more than what I expected. It was like, yeah, but we want it to be done tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I can't translate, an entire book of academic literature that's like 600 pages long in a single night, right? And it wasn't exactly that, but essentially it was like, do it really quickly. Don't talk about this. There's a Naruto episode about a book ending a war. Yeah. I mean, when I say people, what I'm saying is like history. Like when people learn history, right? They usually don't, like, especially when they learn about like Constantinople and like the Byzantines, right, vis-a-vis the Islamic caliphates that existed. It's the Islamic caliphates as such are viewed as negative, right, and somehow like against knowledge and blah blah blah, right, because they're racist tropes that are still acceptable, quote unquote, in popular history in particular. I love that you have your tablet here. Thank you for the demonstration. Yeah, I know it's like, yeah, I would be the person that has, like the chalkboard, but it's just because I know that like sometimes people need to see it, OMGA, huh? So it isn't Jesus' full name? Yeah, right. It's Josh, yeah. Josh Christ. Jesus was actually Josh. Correct. Yeah, words morph over time, yeah. Yeah, because it was Yehoshua, and it actually makes sense if you understand, like how they want Jesus, right? Like the New Testament, or the Christian Bible, as Jewish people usually say, and as scholars usually say, to essentially be, right, like the new, like, I have not come to undo the law, I have come to fulfill the law, right? Like various quotes that, people know of, right? Is that it actually makes sense, like in terms of, again, categories and stuff like that, that they named the person Jesus, Yehoshua, Joshua, because after the 5 books of Moses, right, which are the laws, right, concerning the Jewish people, right, so people like to call them, then you have the rest of the narrative, right? The Tanakh, right? The Nach part. That they and the first book after that is the book of Joshua, who conquers Canaan and blah 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 blah, right? So they wanted another Joshua figure, like to do the same thing, but it just didn't work. Like the issue was that the Greeks didn't, Anyway, Josh Christ, just joshing with you, yeah, They said it was to signal the breath. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. Because like the word for soul, right? Ruach means breath. That's the reason why in Jewish theology and Jewish thought, birth does not, like, the reason why abortion is permissible under Jewish law is because, well, for many reasons. One, like, the mother's health is and the gestating person's health is always put in front of everything. But also the idea of, like, when does life begin, quote unquote, right? It's literally kind of in the term itself, ruach. It's literally like, it literally says, like, when you take your first breath, because God breathed, right, life into Adam, right? So, like, Jewish people already have the answer, like, in their, shouldn't say there, but, like, the Jewish people already have kind of, like, I guess what I mean is, like, theologists, right? Like, theologians, biblical scholars, right? They already have an answer to that because it's literally in the story. Like, well, you have Adam and he has life breathed into him, because life, soul, and those things are connected in that way. What about current day Islamists? I don't know what you mean by that. It's very cute and practical. Yeah, no, oh no, like I color coordinate my notes, like, I just, it's nice to see your writing. I can't read it, but I love seeing you point out each letter figure. Yeah, oh yeah. Letter. In the tetragrammaton, the Yud K Vav K, the W is the repeating Vav, right? Which is with the Yud K is equivalent of I am. Yeah, I am what I am, who I am what I am, right? Yes. Yeah, I am, I was, and always will. Yeah, soulless breath. Yeah. Well, ruach. Yeah, and there are also, like, there are other terms that we use. Like, there are technically 3 terms for the soul, but it's because there's, like, 3 levels of souls. But, like, the one that they use in the context of life, like with Adam, and with, like, the one people, like, the deep soul, I guess, if I could say that, is ruach. So interesting. Another host I used to follow would make that point about breath. I didn't know the context of ruach. Yeah, of course. Okay, so let's see here. I am going to leave you with no, I'm not going to leave you with this one. I'm going to leave you with something else, because I just no. That one is not good. I just have to go use the restroom really, really quickly. So here we go.
Our next story is about Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, a base for dozens of armed gangs who even forced their prime minister to resign. Haiti always seems to be in a state of chaos. It's been that way since it became independent back in 1804. But maybe that's not the country's fault completely. A group of NGOs has gathered in Geneva. They're trying to form an independent commission to help undo a historic justice. They want France to pay a ransom that it took from Haiti back in the 1800s, the price it extracted for Haiti's freedom. How much money does the coalition want France to pay? Anywhere between 150 to 200 billion dollars. Here's our report.
Have you heard of the term war reparations? It's a specific type of payment given by a losing country to the winner of a war. This has always taken place in history. Germany paid this to the victorious Allies after World War II, and after World War I as well. France paid this to Britain after Napoleon was defeated. War reparations are a way for the losing side to pay for the lives lost. This is how it has always been, the business side of war. But what if the roles were reversed? If the winner of a war had to pay the loser, even if the war was justified, if it was the morally right thing to do? We don't have to imagine that scenario. It's what happened to Haiti, and the country has been suffering for 200 years because of this. Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. It's a country in the Caribbean Sea. It occupies half of an island, Hispaniola. The other half is a different country, the Dominican Republic, where the people are, on average, 10 times richer than the Haitians. What led to this stark disparity? Simply put, France. Haiti was once a French colony, called Saint-Domingue. France filled it with sugar and coffee plantations, and slaves to work on them. By the year 1789, 90% of the people in Saint-Domingue were slaves. subjected to barbaric cruelty by the French colonizers. So the slaves rose up to break their shackles. They finally won their freedom from the French in 1804, after fighting for over a decade. The people even defeated Napoleon's armada, making a place for themselves in history. But the joy was short-lived. Napoleon was beaten in Europe as well. The French monarchy was restored, and they wanted their colony back. France sent another armada in 1825. 500 cannons were pointed at the now free nation of Haiti, and the French made them an offer at gunship point. Pay 150 million francs for your freedom, or we'll enslave and kill you again. Let's look at a contemporary comparison, the Louisiana Purchase. The US actually purchased much of the present-day South and Midwest from France, back in the year 1804. More than 2 million square kilometers of land, about 77 times the size of Haiti. How much did the US pay France? 80 million francs, or $15 million. 21 years later, France forced Haiti to pay almost double this amount, 150 million francs. Now obviously, Haiti did not have that kind of money, so France made it borrow the money from French bankers. There were banker fees and interest, which meant Haiti was paying off the ransom for 122 years. The final payment was made in 1947. That is when Haiti was free of the French debt. So how much do you think the total debt was worth? Well, that is a question that will be debated by a United Nations group, the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. 20 NGOs have come together.
So what do we think? What do we think? Oh, you can't hear the video? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about that. I thought it would work for sure. My bad. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so you could hear it. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know why, like I put gain on it, but it's just like, here, let me see if I can put more gain on it. Okay, let's see if this helps. So, okay, so let's go with, we're gonna go, since somebody mentioned Denmark and people saying that apparently it was socialist, we're gonna learn about the realities of socialism, everybody, from the Fraser Institute, which I am sure is, definitely not just a neoliberal think tank, for sure. Okay.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mary O'Grady, America's columnist with the Wall Street Journal. In this video, we explore the Scandinavian country of Denmark. It is often incorrectly characterized as socialist by those promoting socialism for the world. As we'll see, the reality of Denmark, both currently and historically, is very different than the popular perception.
Going back to at least the 1880s, all the way up to roughly the 1970s, Denmark's history is of limited government, free trade, and reliance on entrepreneurs and markets. As a result, the Danes enjoyed great prosperity. Consider that by the early 20th century, Denmark enjoyed one of the highest levels of per person income in all of Europe. And Denmark's economic success was
I think we can see, right, where this is kind of like going, right? Like it's literally being like, well, Denmark, before it did all of these things to, save capitalism because of the Great Depression. And also, like, another thing, too, is it just has countries and random amounts, but it doesn't say, like, when this was. It just says by the early part of the 20th century. So, I mean, I guess, but one, Denmark up in the early 20th century, remember, still had a colonial empire. Remember the U.S. Virgin Islands? Before those used to be the Danish Virgin Islands, right? And so it was just the magic of the marketplace and free trade. It couldn't have been anything else. Right, exactly. And I'm sure that there wasn't like some crisis caused by free markets and capitalism that, you know, made this, you know, not be the case. And I'm sure that Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Belgium, you know, just did it through their attitude, right? They just had a good attitude. Definitely not because of colonial empires.
So great during the 20th century that by 1970, its per person income.
Hold up. Okay, I'm sorry, but if you're going to try to say that the British, like, as such, were, like, what is this measurement? Like, per person? I mean, like, this is obviously skewed because, and I will say why. Because there's no way that would have been, it would have been that high, just as $8,600. Like, it's saying per person, but if that's like all incomes, maybe compare it to some relatively closed off. Yeah, like for me, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, wait a second. Most people were not living off like, 8,000, almost 9,000 pounds a year, right? Which, so there's no, or $8,000 or whatever, right? A year. So, like, for example, in the late 19th century, the salary of certain people was as low as £1 a year, right? Because it was the free market, you know, like Ben Shapiro said, like, if we got rid of, you know, like minimum wage, then you could, like, you know, bargain with your employer for a higher wage. Because, you know, that's what they're always thinking of doing, is trying to give you a greater wage.
Which is a measure of living standards, had not only caught that of Britain, but it surpassed it. And the success of Denmark.
Again, like, one thing, too, is what happened, right, like, right here in the, you know, this 40s period, right? Like, what happened in this 40s period right here that caused it to dip so much? Like, I don't, like, I just, okay.
Denmark was not limited to just income. By the middle of the 20th century, Danes enjoyed one of the highest life expectancies in the world.
Notice one thing too, is that they are talking about like life expectancy at birth, right? But they only talk about like literally the English speaking settler colonies and the mother country, quote unquote, right? Like literally the colonial power of the time, which still had a colonial empire, you know, that spanned the world in 1950. So, you know, to say, well, they lived a long time, why not compare it to the Soviet Union or to the People's Republic of China or to, you know what I mean? It's like there's so many other places you could measure it to. But, you know. Also, like, it's weird to use a metric that has flagpoles because I'm like, is the pole the end of the... I guess so, but...
They also had one of the lowest infant mortality rates in the world.
So how do we explain the incredible...
Like, literally, it's just the same 5 countries. Like, they don't even show, like, any country that isn't, like... One, Canada didn't even really exist yet. Like, it was still the Dominion of Canada. And not even all of Canada was part of the Dominion of Canada. Same thing with Australia. Like this... Like, really, these were still very much tied to the British Empire still. I mean, they still are, but... like, it really... The only, like, fully independent country that's here, besides Britain, is the United States. And that's like, okay...
historical success of a relatively small northern European country.
A key part of this success was Denmark's long-standing commitment to limited government and their focus on trade.
limited government. Bruh, I don't know how to tell you this, but like, Denmark is a monarchy. Like, they have aristocrats. They have royalty. In fact, the British royal family, right, included who at that point was Prince Philip of Denmark and Greece, right? The Danish royal family and the Greek royal family married, and from that you got Prince Philip, who became the consort of Queen Elizabeth II, right? Who was, ruled over the British Empire. So, sorry, there is no, monarchy, limited government, those two things don't even make sense. Like, what are you even talking about? And a focus on trade. Well, I mean, yeah, it's a tiny country. I mean, it's like, what else? What else was there to do in Denmark, I guess? I don't know. Entrepreneurship, again, just empty words. Investment, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, because it had a colonial empire.
Entrepreneurship and investment as drivers of economic growth.
And, it still does. I mean, I know technically Greenland has home rule, but remember at this time, if I remember correctly, up until the Second World War, Iceland was part of Denmark. Not just Greenland. Iceland was too. So, as the Faroe Islands, as well as other places in the world. So, and also highlighting it doesn't make it true. Like, you cannot have a monarchy and be limited government. Like, that just, no.
On the eve of its experiment with much larger government, starting in the early 1970s, Denmark had one of the smallest governments in the industrialized world.
Denmark prospered.
Wait, how do you even measure this? Okay. Government spending as a share of the economy. But it doesn't show anything else. Even liberal economists understand this, and so these are literally Austrian school types, because what allowed for the growth of so many things after the Second World War was not just investors, right? It was the fact that the United States did the Marshall Plan for Europe, which invested and rebuilt large parts of Europe. I mean, in fact, many towns in Germany, right? Like in Berlin, in Nuremberg, in Munich, etc. Those places are literally younger, right, than Norman Finkelstein is, right? As in being completed buildings. I mean, that's how, because they were reconstructed after the war, right? They were meant to look like how they looked before, but they are not ancient. So, this raises everything. Another thing too is its government doesn't have to spend as much when the United States, you know what I mean?
Because for the longest time, it relied on...
Also, to say that this group, right, the organization of, economic cooperation and development, which is usually seen as a country club of rich countries, I really don't why is it? I mean, I know it's supposed to be an average, but what are you talking about? It needs to break down what it's talking about. And I think Holy Lazy Duck would agree with me, right? That they're presenting this very poorly. Even if you want to take them at their, actually agree with them, it's kind of hard to, unless you just say graph, look at this graph, it's the only way.
Entrepreneurs, businesses, workers, and investors, rather than government as the driver of economic growth. So what happened?
Starting in the early 1970s to the mid-1990s, Denmark experimented with a much larger government and introduced a large welfare state. Government spending in Denmark soared from around 42% of the economy in 1970 to almost 60%.
Okay, this is just bad right here. Like, oh, the government spent more money, but what did it spend that money on? Right? Like, because limited government here just means doesn't spend a lot of money. But one, if you're going to have like a universal healthcare system, obviously that's going to involve government spending. But also, where does the government get its money from? Like, because they're just saying it as just a, like, oh, they spent more money. But what did they spend it on? A universal healthcare system, a universal education system. So much to the fact that even to this day, there are programs, like even PhD programs and master's programs at universities that would allow for students, even from the United States, for example, to attend for free. You would only have to pay your living expenses, but, you know, no tuition. So, and books and all that other stuff, right? So, you know.
50% by 1995. By the mid-1990s, Denmark had a much larger government.
Like, I don't understand what larger government means here, most industrialized countries, because, like, after the fall of the Soviet Union, you have the system, I mean, even before that, really, in the 80s, you have the deindustrialization. So more and more service economy stuff. And, like, yeah, sure, fine, the government spending is going down. But that just means that spending elsewhere is going up. Right? Like, I already went over this the other day, right? That, like, wherever there is a deficit, there has to be a surplus, right? Because the law of identity in accounting, right, is that everything at the end of the day, right, like all of the debt, you know how they love talking about like the debt ceiling and blah blah blah, right? Like all of that, if that were all paid off, it would equal zero, right? But that would mean that it would have to be paid by something outside of it. Right? Like, that's why when people focus so much on lowering that amount, it actually can cause the economy to shrink. Because, like, like, people that have credit cards, right? You know this. If you close a credit card, what happens to your credit score? It goes down. Right? If you have short-term credit, too, it looks bad. If you have if you are stuck paying credit cards for years and years and years, at least if you pay them on time, right, that is seen as good. That's trustworthy, right? So like all of this thing about the deficit and blah blah blah, like it's really just how does the United States in particular, right, spend money on everything but helping the people that pay the taxes, right? I mean, even this, like, larger government, by what measure? Like, because if it's just spending as a proportion of whatever, then it's like, well, if they're also one of the major employers, right? Like, if, for example, like, if there were no private universities in Denmark, then therefore, they're going to spend more paying salaries for people at universities, right? For professors, etc., administrators, etc., etc. If they have a civil service, that also does that. So it's like they're counting people's salaries, pensions as like, that's bad. They should not have to pay this.
Than most other industrialized countries. At 59% of its economy, Denmark's government was larger than those of Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia. And it was above the average.
It literally just uses the same countries. Like, just the same countries. I mean, there also is something that is important to recognize. Denmark was also part of the European Economic Community, later became the European Union, and then adopted the euro when it was and did not adopt the euro. So it has like monetary sovereignty, right? It can float its debt, right? You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, like there are countries that spend nothing, government spending. It doesn't mean that somehow that makes them better, right? Like according to this logic, then the United States should have a better quality of life than Denmark. But it doesn't. Definitely not in 1995.
Of wealthy industrialized countries, which in 1995 was about 43%. Like its neighboring Scandinavian countries, Denmark's politicians, bureaucrats, and special interests regulated and often even controlled larger and larger shares of the economy. This meant that they, rather than entrepreneurs, investors, business owners, and workers, were increasingly
I really dislike when people try to pretend that like a bourgeois government means like who do you think is in government? Who do you think the government is for? It's there to protect capitalism. That's why those social safety net stuff is there, right? I mean, it's so obvious when FDR does it, but when Scandinavia does it, it's like, oh my gosh, how could they, right? It's like, it's quite easy to see. Like, and also nothing saying bureaucrats and like all of that stuff. Yeah, but neoliberalism wants everything run by technocrats, quote unquote, right? Like, that's like literally, right, the most, like, as long as we can have everything be efficient and blah blah blah, and entrepreneurship and, you know, whatever, cryptocurrency, who knows, right? It's like, I feel like at some point they're going to bring up crypto. I don't know why, but, you know,
making economic decisions.
So how did the Danish economy respond to increased government spending, heavier regulation, and higher taxes?
The Danish economy struggled. Unemployment remained stubbornly high throughout the 1980s and 90s.
What happened during this time period? Like, I like how they're just like, yeah, the unemployment rate, that's still, I mean, unemployment rose. Yeah, it's just, this is just like, I mean, it's just like ridiculous. Like, what happened in the 80s that, you know, might have caused this? I don't know, like the neoliberalization of the economy and the, you know, precarity of the workforce going up. Like, if what they said were true, then everything that was happening like here in this last like when its government was larger, they had lower unemployment. But they're saying, well, it was large here too, but it was more.
And it reached almost 11% in 1993, and inflation soared to double digits starting in the 1970s and continued through much of the 1980s. Simply put, Denmark was in a crisis.
Facing the crisis.
Okay. 10% interest, 10% inflation rate is the fact that it's stable inflation too is another thing. 80s equals Cold War. Oh yeah, for sure. But it's also like the, you know, like the era of like Reagan, right? Reaganomics, Margaret Thatcher, right? Like this is really when all of the groundwork that was set up in the 70s, right? Well, because in 73 you have the oil shock, right? Or no, I don't want to get my things confused again, so in the 70s, in 1971, that's when you have the United States going off the somewhat gold standard and the financialization of the US economy, right? That is what that's what allowed for the 80s and the neoliberalist policies that were put into place overall by Reagan in the United States and Thatcher in Britain and in other countries. Yeah, it's like then after that it just like, so like that's when the government starts to cannibalize itself, right? Like this is when it will stop funding, like in the United States, for example. This is when it will start to put in, like in the 90s especially, you know, like during the Clinton years, right? Puts all those like racist restrictions on who can get SNAP benefits and who can do this and blah, 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 right? Like all of that stuff, right? So as to not pay out what they call entitlements, but they're not entitlements because you pay for them. Like, but anyway, then like the 10% inflation thing, if it's stable, then that's not a bad thing, right? Like there are global South countries that have that rate of inflation. And Holy Lazy Duck, if perhaps you could speak a bit more on this as well. Like, it does not mean that like, if you know that every year, like, it's going to go up a specific percentage, like, it might not be the best thing, right? But even the Federal Reserve aims for 2 to 3% inflation year on year. So if part of that 10% is okay, I guess I don't really see them. I don't know.
Prices. What did the Danish government do?
Starting in the mid-1990s,
Yeah, exactly. Steady inflation is better than dynamic. And that's what you see. Like, it's almost flat. Because, like, inflation is, like, the sign of an expanding economy. Can be, right? Can be. At least that's how some people that talk about it as a metric, particularly those who have the exchange of goods creates natural inflation, right? But risky policy is, of course, risky, right? And that's why, like, the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, right? Like, before COVID and everything, their problem was there wasn't enough inflation, right? Which is why, like, interest rates were low and blah, blah, blah. And they were trying to make it go up because 2 to 3% inflation is seen as, like, a good amount of inflation year on year. So, like, 9 to 10 for, a deindustrialized service economy,
the Danish government reduced government spending as a share of the economy, falling from a high of almost 60% to 50% by 2019.
Like they're saying, okay, it went down, right? Well, let's go back to that graph because I want to see it again.
Starting in the mid-1990s, the Danish government reduced government spending as a share of the economy, falling from a high of almost 60%.
Okay, so, like, what happened in 2007, after 2007, right, that would make it so that the amount of government spending would go up? Like, I don't know. It almost makes it seem like there was some, like, crisis. Yeah, like, literally in here, they're just like, yeah, there was this, where it grew everywhere. The House of Cards collapsed. Yeah, I wonder, right? Like, I wonder why this happened. And I wonder why they ended right at 2019. Right? Like, oh, look, line go down. It's like, yeah, don't go past that.
60% to 50% by 2019. The reductions in government spending helped Denmark get its government finances in order. Denmark balanced its budget and began
oh gosh, I hate when they use these stupid terms because the issue is that this is what happens when people think that a national economy functions like a household economy, right? And yes, I know what some people say, because, I mean, I've had to deal with this myself, right? Because I deal with economic history, right, in my own research. They're like, well, economics comes from the Greek oikos, which means household and blah, blah. Okay, we get it, right? Like, we get it. Yeah, and there used to be a class called home economics that would teach you how to, make a casserole. It doesn't, like one doesn't necessarily lead to the other, but yes, initially that is what oikos, of the economics, right, is. Sure, fine. But I made cream puffs one time. It was all right. The one time that, like, I was supposed to, like, anyway, and so I don't know why, but, like, they decided to, like, do this thing where, like, they would have half of the class, like, eat with, like, a particular, like, dining etiquette, and then the other half would, like, do the opposite. And I'm like, this is a really weird thing to do. Like, I don't know why you're having half of the class use a knife and a fork while they eat, while the rest of us just get a single fork, and we're being told that it's, like, not good to eat that way. But another thing is, like, government debt. Okay, fine. like what this like when people say debt, right? And again, Holy Lazy Duck, please correct me if I'm wrong. I will defer to you and to other people that are, far greater experts than I will ever be. Is like, yes, government debt, blah, 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 but that means that there is a surplus somewhere else, right? Like, for example, when you have like trade deficits, what that actually means, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. And then they showed us like a weird racist movie. I don't know. I don't want to go too detailed, but it was like really, really weird. But it essentially was to be like, these are the people you should want to be like, and like these are the people that are like bad. I guess. It was so weird. I'm just like, because I would just be like, well, why don't just give us all like the table setting, right? Like, why do you have to be like, okay, no, this half of the class, that is normal nowadays because it means people trust to pay you back, right? Exactly. But another thing too is like, for example, like a trade deficit means that like with the United States, right? When people talk about, oh, we owe all of blah 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 to China, whatever that even means, because we have a trade deficit, all that means is that we have a surplus of Chinese goods, right? Stuff that we've traded, right? So Chinese stuff is being sold in the United States, and we've given in return, the United States in return has given the China, right, the Bank of China, right, US dollars, for that way if it wanted to purchase things from the United States, that's how it would do so, because you have to do it in dollars. So like to say that like it balanced its budget, well, if you really balanced it, that means it would, I don't know, because this is always where like these terms are so waffly and so, I don't know, meshugana, just like, but like reducing government debt as such is not like the good that people think it is, because what that debt is for, right? Because money is debt. Anyway, I don't want to get too...
Reducing government debt as a share of the economy, and the Danish people supported limits on deficits and debt so that the country's finances would be more sustainable.
Like, look, right? Like, Danes support EU rules that limit annual borrowing to 3% of the size of the economy, right? So that means that only if you have a massive economy, like the United States or China, could you even, take out a certain size of loan, right? Because it has to be 3% of your economy. But like the size of your economy is usually the size of like of what people call debt. I mean, in many cases, like not always, right? But in many cases, like what people are saying, like what this means, right, is that it bought more than it sold, right? These surpluses are Denmark produced something and it sold more than it bought, right? Because at the end of the day, these things here end up being zero, right? Like for this surplus, there was a deficit somewhere else. For this deficit here, that meant there was a surplus somewhere else, including the private sector, right? So like while the government might be in deficit, Wall Street or whatever, the stock exchange in Denmark, right, could be having an amazing rally just constantly happening, right, as it did for like a decade in the United States, but at the same time it was with a deficit because the United States buys more than it sells, right? I mean, just to be but like again, the data here is not taking into account what happened in 2007, what happened in these years right here, 2008, 2009, 2010, like yes, if you'd like to help support me, my puppies, and my research, you can always go to my link tree. You can always, donate to me directly, subscribe to this channel, or of course, help sponsor a book. Again, anything helps. But like, the 2010s were rough because it was rough everywhere, right? And like, this is in response to, right, the private sector, right, playing with debt, right? So that this means that now the Danish economy, the Danish government, right, had to take on buy assets and such, right, so that way it could stabilize the economy. That's why it's running at a deficit, because it now has to do something it otherwise wouldn't do. This is also why it's bad to have like gold as a currency, right? A commodity money is horrible, because this would mean that the value of gold would go down, and then would go up here, and then would go down here, right? Like it has an inverse relation to surpluses and deficits. The 2008 housing crash was shook America. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is like these surpluses here that we're seeing here from, right in the lead up, right, are what caused this. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there were tons of surpluses because it came back to bite Denmark.
Sustainable.
A different way to think about and assess Denmark's economy is the Fraser Institute's global measurement of economic freedom.
If we look at data for 2021.
Oh, that's who this institute is. The economic... Okay, I kept wondering like why I chose the videos from this one, because there are other ones that talk about. So that's what they do, the Economic Freedom Index. That's right, now I remember. Oh, Lazy Duck, holy Lazy Duck, you know where this is going. Because they always, like, their whole thing is always, change the whole country. I mean, literally, like wealth shifted completely from the, the working classes to the 1%, right? Like, it created a funnel that only got more and more finite, right, as time went on. That now leads us to the point where the top richest 3 men in the United States own more than like the bottom 60% or something like that combined. Like them combined is as much as like 60 to 70%. I forget what exactly it is, but it's a vast amount like that. Like, that means that like the lower percentiles, right, own like tiny slivers in relation to that. And yet people are made to hate the, like, capitalism, right? Teaches you in the United States, makes you hate people that are also struggling, that only have this tiny amount of the money, of the wealth of this country, even though they create all of it, right? Like, it,
This is the latest year for which we have available data. It shows that Denmark was considered a mostly free country. It ranked 7th out of 100.
See, this is what I hate about these. And yeah, if you'd like to help my research, check out my throne. Currently got $5 towards the book, Figurative Inquisitions. Like, literally, like, the list of things on there is almost going to run out. It's actually like, it was very, 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 very happy when I saw that the one about the forced expulsion of Mexicans from the United States was purchased, but like now there's only like 2 left or 3 left. It's just unbelievable. I never would have expected people's kindness and generosity would ever be directed at me in any way. Like, I definitely don't feel that I deserve it. Anyway, I don't want to get too, otherwise I'll get very, but what does mostly free mean? I mean, what does free mean, right? Like, oh, it's a free country, so that means I can just live there for free? because that's definitely how they're making it sound, right? But literally right here, like it literally says that they're exploring the reality of socialism in Denmark. Where is the socialism? Where's the like? I don't see any socialism. Like, the socialism is not when government does something. Like, no. In fact, if I have to bring it up again, I will. The People's Communes of China is something that in my opinion, right, is something that we should learn from, right? We should learn from something that worked extremely well, something that, allowed for people to not have to do the mass migration into cities, allowed for, people to be able to defend themselves, allowed for them to organize and to, and yes, there were many mistakes, but that's why we learn from it, right? We're not just trying to do a carbon copy, right? Whereas with these people, like with the Fraser Institute and the capitalists, they want it to be a carbon copy. Like, they want everything to just be, another neoliberal hellscape. Yeah, I really like the flag with the hearts. Like, when I saw that on what's it called, on Better TV. I was like, ooh.
165 countries.
Also, 165. That's missing some. Like, even the UN is 193. So, like, 30-something countries aren't even here.
Worldwide. But a more nuanced story emerges when we examine the 5 subcomponents of economic freedom. Denmark scores
Oh my gosh, it's just getting worse.
poorly on one of them, the size of government. It's ranked 143 out of 100.
What? That's so... This is... What? Yeah. Yeah, like... The fact that the government... Like... One thing I think that the United States does not really understand is the fact that there is a civil service, right? That, yes, economic freedom. Yeah, exactly, right? The most objective measure ever, right? Like, size of government compared to private economy. I mean, what would rank higher, technically? Venezuela. I don't think that they're going to praise Venezuela. In fact, it's precisely because it's so privatized. Precisely because there's no central planning and blah, 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 right? All of these things. Because it's not a socialist country as such, right? It is a country that implemented social democratic reforms that, when they were having lots of income from, petroleum and the petroleum industry at large, right, is what allowed for so many things to be paid. But, just like Iran, for example, did not want to only focus on that, right, but has kind of had to because of, the United States, so too, right, with Venezuela, where it's kind of had to focus on one sector of the economy at the expense of others. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Miss Anita Bump, rating with a party of 6. Welcome, Miss Anita Bump. We were just talking about you not even that long ago. All good things, of course. Welcome in, my friend. Yes, please join us in following Miss Anita Bump. They're a wonderful person, and like I said, they have covered the protest at UCLA, if I remember correctly. I don't know why I asked you, I was like, why I thought it was Brentwood, because I'm like, I know where it is, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But hello Raiders. I'm Shakespeare. I am a cultural historian, and I'm doing a teach-in in solidarity with the with the student movements and activism that is happening at different university campuses. Right now, we're currently going over the supposed socialism of Denmark, which isn't true, isn't real. It's not a socialist country. And, we're going to go into some other stuff, too. Hello, Maggie. Hello. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in. I feel like it's been ages since I last saw you. My goodness. Welcome in, welcome in. I really like that. The like raising hand. Like, I mean, I don't want to say that like as an educator, right? That's something that like, oh, I like the like raise a hand emoji, but I like it. Like again, like freedom of trade internationally. What does that mean? I mean, like, for example, Cuba artificially is low because of the U.S. embargo. Don't read the replies. Oh my gosh. Let me... Oh my gosh. I'm not reading the replies. I'm not reading the replies. But I am reading well, two things. One, not even the context. You know how like it shows like the person's like bio, you know? And like right away it's like cruise crew. Like who is even like Ted Cruz? Like what are you even doing, bro? Like just... And then also the fact that like on Twitter now it's letting me know that the presidential debate, right, is happening in Mexico, because remember, the Mexican election cycle is very short. It starts in April, it ends June 1st, and that's it. Like you vote and it's over, like, you know, and then 6 years, right, of you know. But one thing I was talking actually in Peganox's stream was the fact that one thing that I told her was that that I elaborated was the fact that Mexico, when you think you're seeing the bottom of the barrel, then cruise crew, yeah, it literally says cruise crew, hashtag cruise crew, hashtag Ted Cruz, hashtag cruise crowd. And then it has like their Gab, like, you know, it's just like, I don't even know, like, why, like, I don't even know, just like, oh my goodness, I can't tell where this is at. But I don't want to put it on screen because I don't know. I don't want to, you know. But apparently, at some school, I want to say it's at... Is it at UTA? It might be UTA. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to put it on screen. It's saying that they asked... Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Left Flank Vets. Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. I appreciate it so very much. It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cruises loses, yeah, pretty much. You can play at the video. Oh no. It's someone that like when I went back, like clicked home, that they're using like frat boys, like that they called up frat boys, right? Because they're like students themselves, right? To then go after the encampment. So it's like cop, frat boy, and yes, please join us in following Left Flank Vets. Very much a friend of the stream, of course. And I'm just like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like when they have like frat boys like coming in and like helping the cops, that tells you all you need to know. You know, not that a lot of people didn't know that was the case, but you know, yeah, I should just, yeah, I'm just gonna that banner, the American flag, then the no slip. Yes, I wish it was a parody account. Hello, seriously. Yeah, it's really bad. Yes, I know. We're so close to a hype train. If we keep going. Police protecting the perimeter and having frat boys. Yes, yeah. That's exactly what they did. That is so messed up, right? Like, especially because, frat boys tend to be, like, I forget, but there was a statistic that came out. I think it was from the journal of, like, the supplement for higher education, something that talks about higher education, right? And it was saying that, like, fraternities have not, like, embraced the diversity that they claim to, and that they're still, like, very, very white, right? Like, so, feels like Vietnam War stuff. I mean, the connections to 68 are not lost on me. I'll put it like that. You can play the video that sparked the whole conversation with that dude. I don't know. I'm a little bit, I just, no, I don't want to, I don't know. I'm, me, I'm very risk averse, if two other unique gifters were to cheer over 100 bits or more, or activate a sub event of any kind, including anonymous gifted sub, a hype train will begin. Yes, let's go. Not sure if I followed you here, you followed me. Oh. If you're on the YouTube platform, our host is streaming there too. Yes, that is true. I don't mean the UT one with the frat boys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And one thing I also want to bring up, and I know I've brought it up here earlier. Whilst bringing up Kent State is important, please do not forget, right, Jackson State, which happened very much the same 11 days after Kent State happened, and is often literally just erased from history because, and I kid you not, because the people that were harmed, that were taken away from us, were BIPOC. Particularly, they were black. So not only, like, we should not only remember the horrors of Kent State, but we cannot forget about Jackson State either, because 11 days after it happened there too. Oh, let's see here. Oh, I can just, oh, wait, is this the original video? Oh, he looks, oh, I probably shouldn't even say that. I was about to say, like, he looks familiar, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Yes, thank you. Thank you all so much.
Not preventing me from entering, so I'm going to enter right now.
You pay tuition, right?
I do pay
This
tuition.
is our, I believe this is our campus.
Absolutely. Now, if you excuse me. Excuse me.
Don't try to push it. Don't try to push it.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're not letting me enter public land. What they're doing is illegal. Let's get a nice look at their faces. You can kiss your jobs goodbye. This is going to go viral on social media. Shabbat shalom.
What an absolute schmendrick. Like, honestly, I've never seen such a schlemiel just... Yeah. Oh, for sure. Exactly, left flank vets. That, I mean, literally saying, say goodbye to your jobs. Knowing that account, like, well, one Shai Davidai, who, is not allowed on Columbia property because of the vast amount of harassment and abuse accusations. Which, by the way, the Title IX person that's handling that, like, or the Title IX people that are handling that, like, the fact that people know, that says a lot. Like, the fact that people know. Because that's... But this dude right here, I cannot believe that he... And he calls them terrorists. Like, come on. Like, they're literally like, bro, you can't come in here. Because you're here to do something bad. And then he dares to say Shabbat Shalom. Right? Like, no. No. Just, no. 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 There was no reason why he should even be... Oh, and then what Ellie Valley posted? Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't even want to... I don't want to get... I don't want to get trapped in the, doom... Oh yeah, did people see what's happening in Charleston, West Virginia? Did people see what's happening in Charleston, West Virginia? I literally cannot show it. Because I'm pretty sure that showing the people that are there, right? Which, by the way, they get to cover their faces, right? They get to cover their faces, right? Like, I'll show it for a second, but like, literally, white supremacists are marching in Charleston, West Virginia right now, and not one cop in sight. Not one cop in sight. It tells you. I mean, this is just to remind us that, again, well, as we know, ACAB is ACAB. ACAB is ACAB, regardless of where you are. Even when I'm back in Mexico, I'm like, ACAB, ACAB. Like, it doesn't matter. Two. Have you... Oh, I don't need... Oh, no. No. Oh, no, Anita. Anita's too much. It's too much. I don't know. Oh, you covered it. Okay, fine. Using Judaism to justify... Oh, yeah, that is literally anti-Semitic. I mean, I tweeted this just earlier today. Supporting the state of Israel is anti-Semitism. Supporting Zionism is anti-Semitic. Zionism is anti-Semitic. I don't know what else. Literally, Israel took the Nazi Nuremberg laws, right, that were about blood quantum and blood purity, and now uses those laws to police who is a Jew according to them or not. So, I don't know. Personally, as a person that studied at a yeshiva, right, that is a rabbi, right, that actually, used to be a Hasidic Jew and everything, hearing that, just, no. You do not use the master's tools. Ever. Never. They've been going all over the place. Funny, where are the cops? And why is Peter Parker and Spider-Man never seen in the same... True. But okay, fine. I'll look at it right now. Just 1 second. Okay. Wait, Wait, is this what I think it is? Wait, did you send me the right one? Because I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm a little bit like... I don't know if this is the start of some other kind of scene. Like, I don't know. Because it definitely looks like it could be. Like, all you need to do is just add, like, a, Okay. Okay, jeez. Okay, let me do the full... Okay. Let's see here. Oh my god. This... Literally, they always... This is my, intro song every time. And that, folks, is the story of the founding of America. Oh my gosh, that... first, that song is, my intro song, apparently, because when I go into, so many streams, they play that song for me, to the point where I'm like, yeah, that's my intro song. Amen, roll tide, right? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Now I'm just I feel like you know, it's gonna like. I was about to make a reference, but you know what? I won't make that reference. But yeah, they just need a cutoff. I know. It's so yeah, nerdy new. Yeah, but also this is how they are. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, I don't know if you've ever. Okay, should I bring him up? Like, I don't want to. Like, I've been trying to get Irene to talk about Bronze Age pervert because he's like another one of those like factions of the alt-right. But like, okay, you know what? I just have to show y'all. I'll just show y'all because like there's literally no other way to describe this person, this dude that literally published his doctoral dissertation. But like, I need to find the right one, and that's the problem. Is like he shit posts so much, but he is like a legit like. Okay, here we go. Okay, I don't even. This one's it's okay. It's whatever. Let's see. No, there has to be more. Okay, here we go. Right. Oh God. I need to like somehow wait. How can you show this? I guess if I don't show it as a. How do you make it? No, I don't know how to work Twitter, so I apologize that it's taking a while. But I promise it will show at some point. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is supposed to be like these. I mean, this is a literal Nazi, right? And like he posts stuff like this all the time. Like, I'm almost afraid to go to like what the next picture is, because it's like, oh wait, that's not how you go to the next picture. Like, you know what I mean? Like this. Like he posts stuff like this, and yet he's like it's Handsome Thursday, and Trump is organized. Check the check coconut oil Hawaii style liquidation, you know, blah blah blah. I didn't want to go into it, but it's like it's just very weird, and I just am like, I don't know if it's that thing where like cis het dudes, you know, think that doing stuff like that is like somehow like really heterosexual somehow. You know, I don't know. I just feel like I'm lost. Like I'm just like, what are you doing again? Like what was the point of this? Why, like, what about all, you know, coconut oil? Why can't I quit you? Oh my gosh, I gotta jet myself actually. Okay, have a good dinner. Yeah, super homoerotic, but they didn't. No, like literally, right? Strong men need other men. I mean, hey, you know. And they try to say gender isn't performance. I mean, you're not wrong, Swamp Goth. You're not wrong, right? It's just like with the weird stories, like Trump began you know what? I'm not even gonna finish with that one. You and me start a good bromance. Wait, is that him, or does he just post pics of male models? He posts pics of other dudes. That's what he does. He posts pics of other dudes all the time. We do know what he looks like because he got doxxed. Because he is like, the Fuentes crowd hates him. Right? He's like the third faction, right? There's like the Ben Shapiro, right? Like Daily Wire's right wing stuff. Then there's like Nick Fuentes and like the white national, and then it's like this, like him and his orbiters, and they just post stuff like that, like all day, every day, and it's just like, you know, like when I first read it, it was like a blog post that just mentioned it was like from another academic that mentioned it. I like couldn't believe it, so I had to see it, and once I saw it, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. There were so many Splinter. You might not finish, but that person definitely. Well, I don't know. Probably along the lines of Stray. Well, Stray. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Apparently, he wrote a book. He wrote one book when he was still like not doxxed, but now he recently published his doctoral dissertation, like edited, right? But it's about you. How do I say this in a ladylike way? It is about tupping. I'll leave it at that. It's about tupping. So, wait, what? Wait, where am I? It's about tupping. Yeah. Yes, because that is the term for it, isn't it? Tupping. It's puts out tea. I love tea. Okay, yes, I love tea. I know, but especially like, sadaf. What I can get, right? Like Iranian tea. What's tupping? It's how Tupperware is made. There's a 2-parent Tupperwares, and then they tup, and then you get baby Tupperware, so to speak. Okay.
65 countries on that component. But when it comes to the other areas of economic freedom, Denmark is among the...
Also, so sorry, left like Bex, you came in here, and then it's like suddenly we start talking about this dude posting like random photos.
freest countries in the world.
But isn't it true that Denmark still maintains one of the largest welfare states among industrialized countries? And that this spending explains the poor ranking of Denmark in the Economic Freedom Index?
Despite its spending reforms, yes, Denmark still maintains a relatively large welfare state, and this explains its comparatively larger government. Denmark still has one of the...
Oh my gosh, the horror. Who is... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I always am very hesitant, like, suddenly when, like, showing the, like, training video and everything, I'm like, I don't know, because, people be... He does it to us on his channel. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Okay, awesome. I mean, I'm always, like, usually when I am in there, it's always in the morning because, like, very few leftist streamers are on that early, right? At least for me on the West Coast. I don't know, like.
The highest rates of social spending of any industrialized country.
Like, look at this. Oh, look, it spends lots of social spending. So what does that mean? What does social spending mean here? It's social as in it is stuff that is invested into its people. That's why they don't have to pay college tuition. That's why they don't have to, it's a social democracy. So it's built on, the imperialism of the global South. Yes, that is true. And until 1917, they had colonies even in the Americas, right, with the U.S. Virgin Islands, which were, But, like, the fact that they even call this realities of socialism doesn't make any sense because, like, of course we know why they're calling it socialism, but, okay, I'm Mexican, right, and I'm looking at, like, the countries towards the bottom, and I see Mexico right there, and I'm like, if you're saying that if it spends less, that makes it better, right? That doesn't make any sense because Mexico is heavily imperialized and has been forced to cut all of that spending by the IMF and the United States in particular. And Chile, like, do we have to go back to what happened on, the 11th of September 1973? Like, literally their pension system is privatized. Lurk, okay, thank you for lurking. Their pension system is privatized. Their schooling system is privatized. Like almost everything is privatized, and that was done by way of the Pinochet regime, right? So, like, by their metrics, like Chile should be freer, whatever that even means. I don't know. Just
All of this spending has to be financed by taxes because, as we've already seen,
no, that is not how it works. That is not how it works. Governments do not work by taxing you and then spending what you give them. It's they spend and then tax, because the power of purse for the creation of money is with Congress. Like that doesn't make any sense, because then because then it's the question, like, okay, where do you get money? Oh, I get it from my employer. Well, where does he get money? You know, it's like, it's just this. Do you know about the Project Cybersyn? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that. You can use your freedom points at your local Dave & Buster's. Yes, and of course, and definitely go and pray, to the patron saint of, definitely this stream, our Lord and Savior, Henry Kissinger.
Denmark avoids borrowing.
Yes, government spending in Denmark is paid for through higher taxes. But, contrary to popular opinion, that burden is primarily borne by the average Dane. Denmark's sales tax is the second highest in the industrialized world at 25%, and it's one of...
Well, here, is it, could you please send me something, Swamp Goth? You could send it to me either on Discord or just here. But, like, I don't really get it. I mean, like, the United States doesn't have a VAT. I mean, Mexico has a VAT, but it literally, like, for example, it's what allows for certain subsidies on... I remember the map I showed y'all yesterday that showed, like, how much of land in Mexico is not privately owned, but instead is either owned by indigenous communities, including the Afro-Mexican community, or is in ejido, right? Which means that it has, like, communal property rights. Okay. Let's see here. Project Cybersyn was a Chilean project from 71 to 73 aimed at constructing a distributed decision support system in the aid of management of the national economy. It's interesting because one of the things that often a lot of historians of the fall of the Soviet Union, like, that talk about that time period, say that, like, one of the things that happened with, like, the Soviet Union, why its economy kind of started to stagnate the way that it did and became what it was one, because of, it becoming more capitalist, but also because it couldn't do the computer centralization thing. So, Project Cybersyn is based on a viable system model theory approach to organizational design and featured innovative technology for its time. It included a network of telex machines, Cybernet, in a state-run enterprises that would transmit and receive information. See, like, that sounds... I mean, like, every country that has some kind of, like, focused, well thought out, well researched, etc., right? Like, well communicated, right, and well, connected economy, right, always does far better than anything that's just like the only places that actually have the free market are places that have it forced upon them, right? And so, it's and it has always been proven to be a bad thing. They even destroyed the room? Wow, that's organizational cybernetics. Now, see, that's interesting. Privatization just creates... I mean, and imagine Chile right after this did massive privatization, right? Like I said, the schooling system became privatized, the pension system became privatized, everything became privatized. Like anything that you want to say about like Chile, right? Like why they always say, oh, it has such a, high economic freedom, is because like its indigenous communities have no real power, right? They were taken, all their rights were taken away by the Pinochet constitution, which is still in force as far as I remember. Things like that, because I used to know a documentarian who actually lived with Mapuche people and helped document. I mean, they're also a historian, but they usually do their work through documentary work. At the beginning of the first Mapuche school, right? And because they couldn't get funds from the government, they had to do it with, by way of personal means, right? Give me one quick second. Okay. Yeah, like, yeah, that's, like the enclosure of the commons caused a massive disaster in the early modern period, and we're just like repeating it all over again. But this time it's on a global imperialistic scale because, now capitalism is so advanced. But like, I really don't understand this because it's like, well, what does it pay for? Right? Like if it's on goods, right? Like some things are not, right? Like some things are not, you don't have to pay value added tax on it, right? Like chocolate you do, but you don't necessarily have to do it with like fruit, right? So it's like luxury items, you have to pay all this. I mean,
of two main sources used to finance higher government spending. The other tax used to finance Denmark's large government spending is the personal income tax. Unlike countries like Canada, the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom, where personal income tax rates are steeply progressive, Denmark's high personal income.
What? Okay. I think generally if something is consumable, it is exempt, like our sales tax. Okay. Well, that's good. Well, is it though? Because I don't know why, but Jaffa Cakes comes to mind. Because they had to test whether or not it was a cake or whether it was a biscuit, as they would say in England, right? Because the difference between cakes and biscuits or cookies is that cookies get softer when they, get stale, and cakes get harder, right, when they get old. So they had to prove that the Jaffa Cake was, anyway.
Taxes are levied on the middle class. Denmark's high top personal income tax rate, for instance, kicks in at a fairly low level of income. This means that many ordinary Danes pay the top tax rate of a little over 57%. For context,
I mean, like, if anything, this just means that they could lower this, right? And raise taxes on corporations and their earnings and everything, blah, blah, blah. But then they'd complain about that. Like, oh, well, their corporate taxes, blah, 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 blah. Their capital gains taxes, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that this is the top personal income tax rate, 50%, that's if you get caught, right, having to pay that. Otherwise, you don't pay, like, most billionaires don't even pay this. So
Next, let's look at the US dollar equivalent of where the top personal income tax rate starts for different countries. Denmark's kicks in at about 91,500 US dollars, and in the US, it's well over.
Like, well, I mean, I think to me this is an important thing to put, right? Because yeah, if you make over $500,000, I think you should pay a bit more than 50 something, right? And moreover, there should be other taxes too, like when they had the top marginal rate at 90%, right? Literally from like when taxes were at 90%, or in the United States, that is literally called from 45 to 65 the golden age of capitalism, which is funny because everything since then has not been the quote unquote golden age of capitalism. But like 91,000, I mean, do most people in Denmark make $91,000? No. I mean, this is just when the top personal income tax rate. I mean, if anything, this would make it seem like, I don't know, like I don't know exactly what the average income is for Denmark off the top of my head, but usually it's not, six figures.
$500,000. At the same time, Danes understand the importance of attracting investment and entrepreneurs by maintaining a competitive business environment, particularly with respect to business taxes. Denmark continues to maintain one of the lowest business taxes in the industrial.
So then what are they even complaining about then? Yeah, this is on Denmark. But because they're trying to show how like it's socialism. But I'm like looking at this and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, it benefits from a competitive business. Like this term here, competitive, does so much work because people still do tons of business with Japan. It's still the third largest economy in the world, right? Like Japan is a larger economy than Poland, right?
Industrialized world.
So the Danish model for financing much higher levels of government spending is straightforward. Ordinary Danes pay one of the highest sales taxes in the industrialized world. Many also pay the top personal income tax rate. This means that average Danes...
Like, when they say many, right? Like, many people pay this. But, like, many people in the United States technically should pay, the however high it is in the United States, the 57% for the highest tax bracket or whatever it is. But most people don't make $500,000. I don't know. I mean, unless something changed, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Pay dearly for higher government spending. It's a mistake to characterize Denmark as a socialist or even democratic socialist country. Denmark is one of the...
Then why? Thank you for telling us what we already knew as leftists, as actual leftists. Yeah, Denmark is just another imperialist, state that is able to have its welfare state, quote unquote, because of imperialism in the third world and the global south. Okay.
Most economically free countries on the planet. In many ways, it's more market-oriented than other Western countries, including Canada, the US, Australia, and the...
You know what this sounds like they're trying to say, right? Because they said, like, Canada, like the United States. Trust me, bro. Like, trust me when I say that the United States is nowhere near socialism, like, at all. Like, in fact, it's... Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. Like this is the problem with like liberal framing too, is that because liberals and even people that call themselves like centrists, right, think of left and right as being like policy positions, right, not actual like, epistemic, ideological, right, sociocultural, etc., right? Like many things beyond that, right? They have it on a scale of like, oh, if like less tax equals less socialism, unless it's value added tax, right? Like, or yeah, less tax, right? But also if less people have to pay income tax, which would fund the government, like, did they already pull up it's probably coming up. It's probably coming up. If any chatters have a means of giving us sub for those without, yes, that would really support both me, the channel, and the community.
United Kingdom. While Denmark once experimented with higher levels of government spending, it learned that these policies don't work. It retreated by reining in government spending.
When? It's always like, yeah, they stopped doing this, even though when they higher government spending was the golden age of capitalism. So when did they stop doing that? I mean, if it was, when they neoliberalized like everywhere else, then that has not made everything better. Also, everyone go like and subscribe. Yes, please make sure to go to my YouTube. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Nautical, for the subscription. I appreciate it very much.
Denmark does have a larger welfare state than many other Western countries, but it pays for the system with higher taxes levied on average Danes. It's an arrangement.
But, I mean, okay. So then what would be the right response then? To tax corporations more then? You know what I mean? It's like that obvious, like they would say, no, don't tax corporations. You need to be business friendly. Right? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Nautical, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Seriously. I really appreciate that. But it fairly distributes resources. It asks of taxpayers. Yeah, well.
Arrangement largely rejected in most other Western countries.
I don't even know what that was even trying. What? Like, I'm so confused. Like, that was just so bad. Like, I don't even know what they're like I know what they're getting at, but also, yes, Gifty Hype. But also, it doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find a video that we will watch today, somewhat, but tomorrow, or maybe we should just watch it tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like that might be a good idea. Well, this particular video anyway, if I can find it, that's talking about debt, and like its effect throughout the world. And when it tells you what's happening in the United States with its case, which is actually when our mod Zira will be here, right, to speak with us, she will give us insight into one of these things that should shock you. Like I'm gonna say it right now. It is actually kind of beyond the comprehension bad in many ways, and that is because right, like, it's kind of hard to explain without telling you what it is, but yeah, debt is a huge problem. It would actually, anybody tells you that it would cause inflation is just, what are you even talking about? No, that doesn't even make sense. And yes, solidarity is so important for all of us to have with one another. Oh, do I really want to do another what if alt hist video? Oh no, I don't think so. I know people recommended me some, but wait, let's watch this one. I'm actually interested.
For our next story, let's talk about Nayib Bukele. He is the president of El Salvador. He calls himself the world's coolest dictator. Since coming to...
I just find this part here, calling yourself the world's coolest dictator, right? You know, like some people say, oh, you know, he's trying to be, you know, he's being facetious, but also not, right? Like, it's that they're not being facetious, right? Like, I just joined the debt collective, currently looking around for where to put. Just don't pay. I mean, I understand that, you know, but, you know, like, you know how it is. Like, I agree that, I mean, to me, it should just be absolved. It should just be, like, there is literally no reason for people to have to be burdened by something that they shouldn't have been charged in the first place. Like, the whole system of student loans should have never have started as in the first place. So
power, he has made some radical moves. He ended gang violence in his country. He wants to build a Bitcoin.
He did not end, and you see here again, like, where they keep saying the term gang, right? Like when we were talking about Haiti, and we are going to finish that video, but I just need like more time to do so, but so that we can actually like watch most of it. But like, I find it so strange to me that, you know, it seems like people think that the warehousing and the forced labor of, well, not even forced, I mean, in many cases, like literally building the largest prison in the Americas, or at least in Latin America, which doesn't help, but somehow is like, that's how you solve crime. Like, no. That's how you put innocent people into a prison.
City, and now he has a new plan. It's about attracting foreign talent. How will he do it? By giving,
like, instead of putting people in prisons like he did, he could have, I don't know, helped ameliorate the material conditions of the people. How are you going to fund keeping 50K people in prison? Very good question. That's why he's trying to, you know, get the crypto bros to invest. I mean, he spent so much of the public purse, right? Like of the public treasury on literally Bitcoin. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, every time that he buys the dip, right? And it's just like, what? Unless he tries to turn them into well, I mean, again, that is something that is seen at, like, that in the United States is allowed, right? Like, slavery hereby in the United States is abolished, comma, except for when as punishment for a crime. Hence the, you know, the school to prison pipeline, hence the mass warehousing of BIPOC people, right? Particularly black and brown men. Like, you know what I mean? It's just
them free passports. It's a $5 billion project. Here's how it will work. El Salvador will offer a total of 5,000 passports. This will be for highly skilled foreign workers like scientists, engineers, doctors, artists, and philosophers.
Wait, philosophers? Philosophers? That's interesting. I've never seen a list that included philosophers. You would think he would not want philosophers to show up. Yes, like, I mean, a lot of that, yes. And it's just like, there is a really good documentary called 13th that goes into this, but I mean, by definition, it's incomplete, right? You know, in the sense that, like, they cannot talk about everything, right? But there are other documentaries that have been, are in books too as well. Yeah, it's really good. Like, when they go over everything that is made using prison slave labor, you know, it's just, unless it's our favorite crybaby, Jordy T. Peterson, yeah. Well, you know. Like, I feel that, yeah, like, you know who I feel he would give citizenship to? He would consider Jordan Peterson one of this philosophers, like that human trap. I mean, I just, like, skilled foreign workers. Like typically this is like artists and philosophers are not the people that are included on this list, right? It's usually like, you know, engineers, you know, blah blah blah, right? Other stuff that's here, but like it's weird to just have philosophers. Like, okay.
The government of El Salvador will help these people relocate. They will eliminate taxes and pay for all costs involved in shifting. Entire families will be accommodated. Their assets will be taken care of. And once the...
Wait, but I was told by all these right-wing people, right, on the internet that, you know, like including Tucker Carlson, right? Hello, Noticia, not CIA agent and Mossad man. Welcome in. Sorry, for a moment there, I thought you were like Noticia agent. I was like, oh, it's a news person. Yeah, that name is just, you know, just one of those names, you know. Very, very creative, very creative. But like right wing, like crypto bros and finance bros and Tucker Carlson, like literally have been saying that like, oh, you know, El Salvador, you know, Nayib Bukele solved crime and the economy is better than ever. And that's why crypto bros want to move there. And he's going to make a city called Bitcoin City. And, you know, literally this news outlet, which is not even like, it's more like center right. It's been memorable, that's for sure. But good. How about your Pesach? How has it been going? Also, I don't know where you're at, but Shabbat Shalom if it's still keep it. I mean, I celebrate it if that's what you're asking, but I mean, you know.
These people move to El Salvador, bag and baggage, they will become citizens.
But like, see, like, Bukele has cracked down on gangs, but do you? No, I don't. I already sold my chametz and everything well in advance. But struggling with economy. Like, literally right-wing people have been saying that like this is impossible, right? That like you cannot be doing this, and oh well, okay, then Shavua Tov then. But like the economy, right? Like now suddenly, I wonder why. Because, you know, putting 50,000 people in prison. Okay.
They will have all the rights of a citizen, including the right to vote in elections. Basically, it's an all-inclusive package, everything paid for. And what does El Salvador get in return? Bukele said,
like, I don't know, for some reason, like you know, like the last video was talking about like big government and blah blah blah, right? But now it's like their economy is doing poorly because they've arrested all these people and put them in jail. So now he has to pay people to move there. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? Like, I don't know. To me, it doesn't make sense. I'm just like, why? Because remember, like, you can be sent to prison just by being accused. It does, you don't, it's like, and they have mass, what's it called? Mass trials, right? Like 500 people in a room, and then the judge does a summary, you know, thing for everybody, right? Like, that's not typical. So, I don't know, I don't know. Wait, what? Sorry, gotta... Okay.
There's great economic gain here. He looks at these people as assets. When they come to El Salvador, they will contribute...
Oh gosh, I hate the capitalist language, like, assets. What?
to the economy and help.
I mean, in that sense, then, like, using that logic, right? Therefore, he must see the people in the prisons as a liability, right? Yeah, that framing, right? It's like, if you're going to use that as your word, then the opposite of that is liability. So, you know.
In the country's growth. At least that's the hope. But could they also pose some problems? The president does not think so. He says only 5,000 passports are being offered, which is only 0.1% of his country's population, which is a very small number. Yet an ambitious plan here. The big question is, will it work? Because importing...
I like how they had to put like a random passport image because they couldn't find like a sample Salvadorian one. Like, it's literally just empty, just with like weird, like with this weird yellow stuff here. It looks like it's like an old book, and like the glue is just, yeah, I don't know, it's just weird.
Talent is not a new idea. Countries do it all the time. They offer perks, better economic opportunities, a better standard of living, and El Salvador is now trying to do this.
See, like, when they say better standard of living, like, this is literally the same thing that people do when they try to get people in the United States to, like, that's some cheap-ass paper. I mean, yeah, it's, like, literally, like, so acidic. It's, like, literally changing colors as you turn the page. It's, like, worse than newsprint. It's worse than the Financial Times. Like, like, doesn't this just prove that all of this cracking down on blah, 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 right? And, of course, I hate the usage of this word because it is racializing. But, like, these two things are supposed to be Staples printer paper is high quality. Hey, well, you know, I mean, like, but they have, like, pictures of the passports, though. It's just weird that they don't have, like, one that they could look at. I don't know, just
same. But is this country on anyone's radar? This is El Salvador.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to do this, but like, or rather, I want, like, right now that she said that, it made me literally think, like, if someone said, "Oh yeah, like I signed up to move to be, to get one of the 5,000 passports in El Salvador," it literally like say I was streaming and I said that, people would be like, "Who megalol?" Like, I don't know. Oh, and look at that, their debt went higher. Almost like just arresting people is not a good idea. Like, I don't know, just doesn't seem like a good idea. And El Salvador, the country that, like, Tucker Carlson et al. Are, glazing, as people say these days on the internet, is just, like, literally proving all of their things, like, this is how we save the economy by...
On the map, the smallest country in Central America, also the most densely populated. In the 1980s, it was rocked by a civil war. At least 70...
Who was behind that civil war? Because it sure wasn't just, the Salvadorans just decided to have a civil war. It was a U.S.-backed civil war to get rid of the leftist party that was gaining traction, particularly in the rural parts of El Salvador, but also among the urban. It didn't, it's like also among the, like, working classes in the major cities, right? And what stopped it? The United States giving weapons and giving tons of money to the right-wing ones. So, yeah. And that's why so many Salvadorans ended up immigrating to places like, and in my view, I even saying that, like, I hate that framing of immigration as being like, because America does this and other countries do this too, where, like, they somehow create a new category of person, and that category of person is like someone who is coming to our country, right, that should be considered a refugee, but because they're not from Cuba, right, and therefore escaping socialism, or from the USSR or whatever, right, therefore we're going to call them economic migrants or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? It's like Like that language it was created particularly to other these people, right? Including myself, right? Like including Mexicans, including Chicanes as well. I mean, even people that have lived here for since whose family has been here since before the United States conquered California, right? Since they stole California, right? So
1,000 people died, but that wasn't the end of violence. Until recently, gangs ruled the streets.
Are they really trying to say that which, by the way, the violence that was brought to El Salvador, if you can even say that, and I know someone who specifically works in Latin American studies and works with and is Salvadorian themselves, and it's like the United States literally created a pipeline to deport people and move money and move weapons, right? Because it benefits United States imperialism, right? Like the Maras that they're talking about were not born, quote unquote, in El Salvador. They were born, and I kid you not, in the DMV region of the country. Right, exactly. The true gangs, and this was proven true with the LAPD, and we had been telling them, our communities have been telling people, there are white supremacist gangs in the LAPD. Nobody believed BIPOC. They said, no, of course they're lying. And then finally, the LA Times finally is like, has their, white investigative reporter say, actually, yeah, there are, because they got so blatant.
People died daily. El Salvador had a very high murder rate, the highest in the whole of Latin America. Reports say people...
But, see, it's like they're saying this, but they're not talking about the influence of, one, the United States imperialism, and also their movement of weapons and of people, contacts, etc., that help facilitate this violence. Like they're over here blaming the population at large when all of the, kind of like Hansel and Gretel, right? With like the little breadcrumbs, right? Leads you right to the, but instead of it being, like a house made out of cookies or whatever. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, no. You could watch. Well, I'm watching it because they were the only news source that was talking about this program to whitewash Bukele, right? Where he's giving away 5,000 passports to, doctors, engineers, stuff like that. And also apparently philosophers, which I swear, I feel like sometimes it's torturous. Yeah, true. That's very true. I mean, being a historian, yes, it can literally be. I mean, there is a reason why so many historians, for example, have been activists, and historically, because it's like when you do go into the archives or you try to rescue archives or you try to do any of this stuff, it's like the reason why, especially since the 60s and everything, why so many activist academics have been from the social sciences or from history departments or from, well, not all history departments, I will admit. There are some that are very conservative. And I know because I've talked to the chair of one of those very conservative departments and says that religious history is the highest and the only true form of history, which was Ilan Pape. Yeah, Ilan Pape, Shlomo Sand, Norman Finkelstein, right? And then Avi Schleim. You also have Edward Said. The list goes on. So yeah, it is. You would need to pay those people. If the salary were right, Salvadorians would have stayed there. Right. Hello, Bundle of Richards. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Which, by the way, I wanted to go over the Tantura documentary because it has Ilan Pape and other historians, other cool historians too. But that's the one that has the retired IDF soldiers, and they're like being very explicit and in some cases very proud of those horrific things that they did. So like, unless I really knew exactly where I was going to start and stop, I don't think I could show it, because it gets so bad. Like, it's beyond content warnings. Like for me personally, like, it gets to the point where even I'm like, I can't, so. But there are the parts about the historian that's important, right? But I just need to, like, somehow cut out just the parts that are about how the IDF literally chased this historian out of academia, to the point where, and oh my god, the professors, the historians in the university he was at, right, that side with the IDF, right, and what they did, because he got witness testimony and he got half Israeli, half Palestinian testimony, right, to make sure and let them speak at whatever they wanted to, and spoke with his advisors and everything. They literally ran him out of academia to the point where they excised, and I've never heard of this happening. Never. They got rid of his master's thesis from their university library. That never happens. That's like never happens. So that just shows you how bad, right? When he just let them talk, right? And, just let them say whatever they want, how much they actually said. It's like, that's like scratching off it's, yeah, it's, I mean, it's that bad, right? And it's that and because it shows, some of the people he interviewed, some of them are not good people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that there are any, good people as such, right, within the film, with perhaps, like the historian that actually tries to, expose this. But, like, I kid you not, like, they did not allow him to speak to his lawyer and essentially forced him to sign a letter of apology and, refutation, right? And that was how then, even with that, they still threw out his academic work from the university library. That never happens. Like, literally, that is against academic freedom. Like, that is actually against academic freedom. But the parts where it's the former IDF, well, technically before the IDF, right? Like, these are veterans from the, conquest, right? From the theft of land, from the Nakba, right? The people that perpetuated the Nakba, they get a little bit too detailed for my taste. And so I want to either figure out timestamps for another stream to go over it, because other people have gone over, like, clips, but they show the clips actually I don't want to show, because when that one veteran smiles and starts laughing, I literally had to stop watching. Because, I mean, you don't even want to know the context. Just know it's literally worse than what you think it is. Worse than what you think it is.
And when they did leave, they left the country altogether.
Yeah, yeah. And if you know which one I'm talking about, the guy with the glasses that laughs, the veteran, he's like, yeah, I would happily tell anybody what I did. Like, and when he goes into detail, I'm like, no, this is like, I understand it from the historian's perspective, right? That, like, yeah, this person was willing to say, right, full stop, what they did, and whatever. But when they laugh, there's just something about that just, like, literally just does not make me feel good,
That changed with Bukele's election. He cracked down on crime. He went after gangs and put thousands of them in jail. Some of his measures were draconian, but they brought...
They have a... What is... Okay, this is just... Okay, this is not good. Yeah, I don't know. That's... Yeah, Bukele body pillows. Arun probably told you already, but don't trust most India. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. No, I know that they're bad, yeah, but like I watched it and like confirmed the like 5,000, blah blah blah. But they were also just the shortest, right? Because but besides that, I otherwise don't use them, and of course I would defer to you and to Arun and others, right, for when it came to stuff like like that. So which, by the way, my offer's still there if you that documentary is so bad, man. Like, it's bad in that they are not ashamed. They have no remorse for what they did, to the point where when that dude laughs, I don't know, there's just something about that just... I despise Benny Morris. Oh, don't even get me started on Benny. Okay, like that, like Benny Morris literally is just like the official court historian of Israel. Like when he, his titles, like the Palestinian refugee problem, right? Or righteous victims. Like, those titles are dehumanizing and denigrating in themselves. Sure, Norman can say, well, he does bring unto light a lot of facts, and he's even willing to whatever, fine. Sure. That does not mean that, like, everything else in the book that he's saying, right, essentially doing Nakba denial, is okay. So, this is an issue I have with, like, people like Norm, where, a Nakba denialist, yes, yeah, you can read their book and get some citations, fine. But I don't know. It's just, like, I mean, I know I just said titles, but, like, knowing the books, like, so much of it is, like when he actually is excusing the Nakba and saying, well, it had to happen, I'm like, how on earth can you say that? Like, how on earth can you say that? Right when... Anyway, I don't even want to... I trust me, I could go on about Benny Morris, because, again, I've read his work, I've seen his articles in different journals, and even read his op-ed in the New York Times, the one that he just wrote, like, 2 weeks ago, which is horrific, literally saying that Israel must invade Rafah. Like, Israel will lose if they don't. Like, bro, what are you even talking about, Benny? Like, what kind of meshugas are you even getting into, right? Like, that's like beyond babalagan. Like, this is just like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just... Anyway, don't want to go way too off. But yeah, if you want to... How you can correctly write on the Nakba and come to the conclusion... Right, exactly. And that's exactly what happens in his book, right? He's like, yes, these horrible things happened, right? He details them. Yes, as a historian, yes, exactly. I believe it's that, or is it free? Or is it Palestine? I know it's one of these commands, I just forget which one. There we go. Palestine, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. May Palestine be liberated speedily within our days. But yeah, like, I mean, I've read Norman's doctoral dissertation, okay? And even his introduction is like you can already tell that he's like, yeah, it's like, even in his abstract of his dissertation, okay? I've read it. I've read his dissertation. Okay, like people have read a lot of other. I've read his dissertation, right? The one that he brings up when he first became interested in Israel Palestine, and all I can tell you is like I literally would rather read the unedited manuscript of his doctoral dissertation than Benny Morris. But again, in terms of like historical accuracy, whatever. Like, I have had to read Benny Morris, and, I mean, he as a person is just, just not even going to go there, but I really don't. I'm really trying not to, but it's just that he's made that so much of his personality, right? Like, he just exudes that, and it's not a good thing when historians start to behave like that. But who knows? Maybe that's just me. Right, like again, I've read pretty much everything, hit the main stuff, but the way how he talks about Avi Shleim, who is an Arab Jew that has written about life, Jewish life in Iraq, up until you had the movement of peoples from Iraq to occupied Palestine. Anyway. Azad Palestine. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Azad Palestine. Para una Palestina libre. Hasta la victoria siempre. So, let's see here. Boy Meets Mini, are you going to stream after this? Siempre. I mean, like I said, I have my kefi, like I have my one from Hirbawi, my gray one, like not tomorrow. Oh, not tonight. Tomorrow. Well, okay, good to know. So tomorrow we're gonna be talking with Zira, right, about the debt thing, right? And just know that the stuff that it goes over is really is sad. It's really sad, Like, people should be freed from, should have their debts expiated. But, speaking of such, like, one of the things for sure, okay, let's see here. Where can we, okay, let's see here. Sorry, it's like people are deciding to text me right now, and I'm like, I'm not exactly like able to respond. So you know how that is. Okay, so we are going to rate out. We are going. Does anybody have any suggestions? Otherwise, I think we'll just raid. I guess we'll just raid. Okay, we are going to raid Rathbone, who is, kind of known for his TikToks, right? Thank you all for being here, for joining me for this stream. I will see you all very soon. And yeah, of course. Did you know that Norm's mom was called on court to testify? Oh, yeah. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Next time, remind me, Boy Meets Indian, next time, okay?